In a whispering world of silence, an eerie house stands where screams are forbidden and silence reigns supreme. Those who dare to break the hushed rule vanish, their souls ensnared by ghostly inhabitants lurking in the shadows. Enter if you dare, but remember, in this house, your silence is your only salvation. In the quaint cobblestone streets of Elmswood, a small gathering convened in the warm, amber-lit living room of Joanna, a local historian and the unspoken matriarch of the group. Her home, filled with antique books and artifacts, served as a meeting point for those enthralled by the mysteries of the town, particularly that of the Whispering Manor. Joanna, a woman in her late 40s, with an inquisitive glint in her eye, sat at the head of the oak table. She was joined by Alex, a young filmmaker with a penchant for the paranormal, Sarah, a skeptical journalist with a sharp wit, and Michael, a tech-savvy drone operator with a fascination for haunted locations. They were united by a common goal: to delve into the enigma of the Whispering Manor and create a documentary that would unveil its secrets. As the evening set in, Joanna spread out old maps and documents on the table. The group leaned in, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the table lamp. Whispering Manor, Joanna began, her voice steady, yet tinged with unease, is more than just a dilapidated structure. It's a repository of unspoken horrors and untold stories. She pointed to an old photograph of the manor. Built in the late 1800s, it was once the jewel of Elmswood, but as you all know, no one has entered it in the last 50 years. They say you can see the silhouettes of the lost souls at the windows, silently screaming into the void. Alex, his eyes wide with fascination, interjected. And that's what we need to capture. The essence of the manor, its eerie presence. This could be groundbreaking. Sarah, ever the skeptic, raised an eyebrow. Or it could be a wild goose chase. You know, the legends are probably exaggerated. Joanna nodded, acknowledging Sarah's doubts. Perhaps there's truth in the roots of every legend. The manor was built on a land that was said to be cursed by the local tribes. They believed it was a place where the veil between our world and the spirit world was thin. Michael, who had been fiddling with his drone controller, looked up. Do we have any idea about what kind of curse it is? Something that could give us a lead on how we approach this? The details are murky, Joanna replied, sifting through her papers. But it is believed that the curse was cast to avenge a betrayal, something unjustly in a family's history, leading to a vengeful spirit binding itself to the house. The group fell into a contemplative silence, each lost in their thoughts about the upcoming expedition. Joanna finally broke the silence. We need to be careful. If we're going to uncover the truth about the Whispering Manor, we must respect its history and the forces that may still linger there. With a plan beginning to form, the group agreed to meet at dawn. They would venture to the Whispering Manor, armed with cameras, recording equipment, and an unwavering desire to unveil the shadows of the past. As they departed, the wind outside picked up, whispering through the trees as if carrying a secret from the manor itself. Little did they know, their journey would be more harrowing and revealing than any of them could have imagined. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, the team gathered at the edge of the overgrown path that led to the Whispering Manor. The air was crisp, and a thin mist hovered over the ground, lending an eerie atmosphere to the beginning of their expedition. Equipped with their state-of-the-art cameras, drones, and an air of determination, they approached the manor with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The manor itself loomed in the distance, its once grand facade now marred by decay and neglect. Let's get everything rolling, Alex announced, his camera already capturing the surrounding scenery. Remember, we need to document every angle, every possible entry point. This footage is crucial. Michael piloted his drone, sending it soaring above the manor, its camera panning over the decrepit roof and the surrounding barren landscape. Sarah, meanwhile, walked along the perimeter, her handheld camera meticulously recording the cracked walls and the boarded-up windows. The manor stood silent, an imposing sentinel guarding untold secrets. Its windows, dusty and broken, offered no glimpse into the darkness within. As the drone hovered near a window, Michael squinted at his controller's screen, hoping for a sign, a movement, anything. But there was nothing. Just the silent, eerie stillness of the abandoned house. After several hours of filming, the team regrouped. "I don't get it," Sarah said, frustration evident in her voice. "There's nothing. No movements, no shadow, nothing that Legends talked about." Alex reviewed his footage, scanning through the frames with a growing sense of disappointment. "It's like the manor is just a manor. Maybe we're in the wrong place." The entrance to the manor, a heavy wooden door, was securely locked, its padlock rusted but firm. "We can't break in," Joanna said firmly. "We need to respect the law and the history of this place. Let's head back and review everything thoroughly. There might be something we've missed." As the team packed up, the manor stood unmoved, its secrets tightly sealed behind its decaying walls. The journey back was quiet, each member lost in their own thoughts, wondering if their quest was in vain. But at Joanna's house, they gathered around the large screen, playing back the footage. The high-definition images showed nothing but the lifeless exterior of the manor, the drone footage offering aerial views of a silent, unyielding structure. "It's like the manor's mocking us," Michael muttered, disappointment lacing his words. "We can't give up yet," Alex said, trying to inject some optimism into the group. "Let's plan another visit, maybe at night. They say that's when the manor truly comes alive." As they left for the night, a sense of unease lingered in the air. The Whispering Manor, in its silent vigil, had given away nothing. But the team was not ready to surrender. Little did they know that the manor was far from done with them, and their next visit would be far more than they bargained for. The evening found Joanna alone in her study, surrounded by piles of old books and manuscripts, the weight of her thoughts as heavy as the silence in the room. "I need some evidence," she murmured, a mix of determination and worry in her voice. She feared her team might lose interest in the documentary if they didn't uncover something soon. Resolved, Joanna grabbed her camera and a small flashlight, setting out into the night towards the Whispering Manor. The moon hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the path, making her journey feel even more solitary and foreboding. Upon reaching the manor, she set up her camera, aiming it at the windows. The manor, bathed in the moonlight, seemed to take on a life of its own, its walls whispering secrets of ages past. Joanna's heart raced as she scanned the windows with her binoculars, and then she saw it. An image of an old woman, her face contorted in a silent scream, appearing in the top-floor window. Gasping, Joanna quickly aimed her camera at the window, but the image had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Her heart pounding, she approached the manor's entrance, only to find the door slightly ajar, the padlock and chains lying broken on the ground. "Hello?" Joanna called out tentatively as she stepped inside. The interior of the manor was engulfed in an unnatural silence, so profound that even the sounds from outside ceased to exist. Her flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing dust-laden furniture and cobwebbed corners. Then she saw it again, the figure of the old woman, draped in tattered rags, moving towards her at alarming speed. The ghostly woman's mouth was wide open, as if screaming, but no sound emerged. Panic surged through Joanna, and she turned to flee. But the layout of the manor had inexplicably changed, the corridors twisting into a labyrinth maze. The next morning, Joanna's friends, worried after not hearing from her, arrived at her house. Alex knocked on the door, calling her name, but there was no answer. They searched the house, finding her study littered with research on the manor, but Joanna was nowhere to be seen. "Something's wrong," Sarah said, a sense of dread settling over the group. "We need to go to the manor. She might have gone there." As they hurried towards the Whispering Manor, a sense of foreboding gripped them. The manor, once a subject of their documentary, had now become a much more personal and terrifying enigma. Joanna's fate, intertwined with the mysteries of the Whispering Manor, was yet to be uncovered, and her friends were about to step into a realm beyond their wildest fears. Under a sky heavy with clouds, Alex, Sarah, and Michael arrived at the Whispering Manor, a sense of urgency propelling them forward. The manor, in the bleak light of day, stood as a silent sentinel, its secrets locked behind walls of decaying stone and wood. They scanned the exterior, their eyes searching for any sign of Joanna. The windows, with their cracked panes and dusty seals, offered no clues. "She has to be in here somewhere," Michael said, his voice tinged with worry as he flew his drone around the property, hoping for a better vantage point. Approaching the front door, Alex examined the lock and chains. "It's bolted shut, just like when we were here the other day," he announced, his voice echoing slightly in the stillness. "There's no way she could have gotten in here." Sarah, her brow furrowed in concern, added, "Let's head back. We need to think things through, figure out what to do next. Maybe she went somewhere else." As they turned to leave, their footsteps crunching on the gravel path, they remained oblivious till a chilling scene above them. In the top floor window, a faint, ghostly image appeared. It was Joanna, her face twisted in a silent scream, her hands pressed against the glass, as if desperately trying to reach out to her friends. But her screams went unheard, lost in the void of the manor's curse. The image of Joanna flickered like a candle flame in the wind, before vanishing once again into the shadows of the house. The trio walked away, the manor looming in the background, its windows like vacant eyes watching their retreat. Unbeknownst to them, they had just missed a vital clue to the mystery that had now enveloped their lives. The Whispering Manor, with its silent walls and hidden terrors, had claimed another soul, and its appetite for the unknown seemed far from sated. Back in Elmswood, the friends exhausted every avenue in their frantic search for Joanna, but it was as if she had vanished into thin air. The feeling of unease grew stronger with each passing hour. "We need to get into that manor," Michael insisted, his voice laced with determination. "She may have gotten trapped inside. Something's wrong. I can feel it." "You're talking about breaking and entering," Sarah countered, her tone laced with concern and disbelief. But Alex, driven by a mix of worry and resolve, was already on his feet. "Let's go," he said firmly. "I just can't sit here and do nothing." Sarah hesitated, torn between fear and the urge to help. "I'll stay here," she finally said, "in case she calls or comes home." So Alex and Michael set off towards the manor, the weight of their mission pressing heavily upon them. As they approached the imposing front door, they tried to break the lock, but the chains held strong, unyielding to their efforts. "There's a broken window around the back," Michael remembered, recalling his drone footage. "We can get in through there." Carefully, they maneuvered through the cracked window, Michael leading the way. As he stepped inside, he was immediately struck by the eerie silence that enveloped the manor. The sounds of the world outside seemed to have been swallowed whole. by the oppressive stillness within. Alex followed suit, clambering through the window. He opened his mouth to speak to Michael, but no sound came out. Confused and alarmed, Michael tried to respond, but he too found himself enveloped in the same inexplicable silence. Panic began to set in. Alex, his eyes wide with fear, turned to escape through the window they had entered, but it was firmly shut, locked from the outside world. In desperation, he wrapped his hand in his jacket and punched the window, hoping to shatter it. But the glass was as hard as steel, unyielding to his efforts. The two men stared at each other in terror, their silent screams echoing in their minds. Then, from the shadows of the long, dark hallway, a figure emerged. An old woman, draped in tattered rags, floating towards them with a ghostly speed. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, her face twisted in agony and despair. Alex and Michael, trapped and voiceless, could only watch in horror as the spectral figure drew closer, its silent scream a chilling reminder of the manor's dark secret. The reality of the situation was now terrifyingly clear. They were not alone in the Whispering Manor, and escape might not be an option. As the hours ticked by with no word from Alex or Michael, Sarah's worry turned into a gnawing sense of dread. She attempted to call their phones repeatedly, but each call went unanswered, echoing the void of uncertainty. The silence from her friends was deafening, and she knew she had to take action. Determined to uncover more about the Whispering Manor, Sarah turned to the internet, sifting through the layers of urban myths and ghost stories that shrouded the house's true history. It was then that a spark of inspiration struck her. She decided to delve into the records of the previous owners of the manor. Her search led her to the Dwights, an old family with deep roots in the town's history. She scoured through the archives and public records, piecing together the fragmented past of the family. There were no living relatives, but in her search, Sarah stumbled upon a chilling tale. The story spoke of Mr. Dwight, a tyrannical figure who imposed a cruel rule of silence over the women and servants. If anyone dared to speak, they were subjected to brutal floggings. The tale took a darker turn, with the account of the Dwight children, who in a fit of vengeance had murdered their father after discovering he had flogged their mother so severely that she lost her ability to speak. Abigail Dwight, Sarah whispered to herself, a shiver running down her spine. She may be the key to this. Armed with this new knowledge, and a resolve steeled by fear for her friends, Sarah decided to confront the horrors of the manor alone. She gathered a few essential tools, including a camera and a voice recorder, in hopes of documenting anything she might encounter. As she approached the manor, the sun was setting, casting long, ominous shadows across the path. The manor stood in front of her, its windows dark and foreboding. With each step, Sarah felt the weight of the manor's tragic history pressing down on her. She found the same broken window through which Alex and Michael had entered, and climbed through, her heart pounding in her chest. The silence enveloped her immediately, a suffocating blanket that seemed to absorb all sound. Sarah moved cautiously through the dimly lit corridors, her flashlight dancing off the decrepit walls and faded portraits. She could feel the oppressive atmosphere of the manor, as if the very air was thick with the whispers of the past. "Abigail Dwight!" Sarah called out softly, her voice quivering in the silence. "I know your pain. I'm here to help." As she ventured deeper into the manor, Sarah could feel the presence of something unseen, a lingering sorrow that permeated the air. She knew that whatever secrets the Whispering Manor held, she was about to come face to face with them. Her friend's fate hung precariously in the balance as she stepped further into the heart of the darkness. Sarah's heart raced as she entered the dining room, her flashlight illuminating the grand, dusty space. There, she witnessed a ghostly apparition that made her blood run cold. A man lying dead at the dining table, evidently poisoned. Standing over him were two spectral figures, a young woman and a young man dressed in 18th century clothing, their faces etched with both horror and relief. As quickly as the image appeared, it faded away, but not before the young adults turned their ghostly gazes towards Sarah, acknowledging her presence. The silence in the manor was overwhelming, a stark reminder that the world outside no longer reached her ears. With each step, Sarah felt as if she was delving deeper into the manor's haunted history. Moving cautiously, she continued through the house, eventually entering the kitchen area. There, she was confronted with 3 more ghostly figures, their faces and bodies marked with the scars of whippings. They looked at Sarah with sorrowful eyes, and one by one placed a finger to their lips in a silent gesture of shushing. The message was clear. Silence was a rule, a curse that bound them. Terrified, Sarah quickly exited the kitchen. Her search for her friends led her upstairs, where the atmosphere grew even heavier, the shadows deeper. Reaching the top of the stairs, she noticed one of the doors slightly ajar. With a deep breath, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit by the fading light coming through the window. In the center, on the floor, sat an old woman, her ghostly form weeping in silence. As Sarah watched, the old woman lifted her head, her face contorting into a silent scream, a chilling image of fear and desperation. Abruptly, the old woman's expression changed to one of intense fear. She looked past Sarah towards the door, then back at her, and mouthed a single word with urgent clarity. "Hide!" Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she turned to look behind her, expecting to see some new horror. The old woman's warning was clear, and Sarah knew she had to act quickly. The manor was revealing its dark past, but it also held her friends somewhere within its cursed walls. As she searched for a hiding place, Sarah's mind raced, piecing together the tragic stories the manor whispered, hoping it would lead her to Alex, Michael, and Joanna, and to a way to break the suffocating silence of the whispering manor. Crouching in the cramped space of a small cupboard, Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as the ghostly image of the old woman faded away, leaving her in a suffocating silence. Peering through a gap in the cupboard, her eyes widened in fear at the sight that unfolded before her. In the center of the room stood a menacing, spectral figure of a man, his expression stern and unyielding. He clutched a whip, which he rhythmically struck against his hand. A chill ran down Sarah's spine as she realized this was Mr. Dwight, the tyrant of the manor, whose presence still dominated the house, even in death. His ghostly visage symbolized the oppressive silence that had cursed the manor. As quickly as it appeared, the apparition vanished, leaving Sarah alone again in the eerie quietude. She cautiously emerged from the cupboard, her every move silent in the manor's unnerving stillness. Approaching the window, she attempted to scream for help, but no sound escaped her lips. The manor's curse of silence was absolute. With a growing sense of dread, Sarah ventured back down the stairs, her steps leading her to an old basement, a part of the manor she hadn't explored yet. The air grew colder as she descended, the weight of the house's tragic history pressing down on her. In the dim light of the basement, she saw them. Her 3 friends, Alex, Michael, and Joanna, stood motionless, facing the wall, their backs to Sarah. Frantically, she tried to call out to them, but her voice was swallowed by the silence. In unison, they turned towards her, their faces pale and haunted. Then, in a chilling moment, each raised a finger to their lips in a silent "shh." before turning back to face the wall. The realization hit Sarah with terrifying clarity. Her friends were trapped, bound by the same spectral silence that gripped the manor. The curse of Mr. Dwight lingered, a relentless force ensuring that no voice could be heard within these walls. Sarah's mind raced as she stood in the gloomy basement, surrounded by her motionless friends. She needed to find a way to break the curse, to release them and herself from the manor's grasp. The key, she knew, lay in the manor's tragic past and the spirits that haunted its walls. With a renewed sense of purpose, Sarah steeled herself for the daunting task ahead, to confront the manor's ghosts and uncover the secret to break in its eerie silence. Breathless and terrified, Sarah spun around to find Mr. Dwight, standing ominously behind her, his long black whip in hand. His face was a mask of stern, unyielding terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his arm and brought the whip down on Sarah with a vicious strike. She felt a searing pain as a bloodied mark appeared on her face. She tried to scream, but the manor's curse held her voice prisoner, leaving her in silent agony. As Mr. Dwight raised his whip for another strike, Sarah darted past him, her every instinct screaming to escape. She had a sudden thought: the dining room, the site of Mr. Dwight's demise. Maybe, just maybe, there was hope there. Bursting into the dining room, she was met with an oppressive energy, different from anywhere else in the house. Mr. Dwight materialized in the center of the room, his whip ready to unleash more pain. In a desperate move, Sarah grabbed a silver serving plate and hurled it at the ghostly figure. It passed right through him, but as it crashed against the wall, it produced a loud, resounding sound. To her astonishment, Mr. Dwight clutched his ears in pain. Seizing the opportunity, she smashed a china plate on the floor, the crash echoing through the room. Each sound seemed to weaken the ghostly tyrant as he fell to his knees in agony. Sarah continued her assault, breaking a cup, then a smaller plate, each crash a symphony of pain for Mr. Dwight. But soon, there were no more plates to throw. She tried to scream, but her voice was still trapped in silence. Racing to retrieve the silver serving dish from across the room, she felt the cruel lash of Mr. Dwight's whip across her back. She fell, each subsequent strike pushing her further into darkness. As she lay there, consciousness slipping away, the last thing she saw was Mr. Dwight's ghostly form, his dominance over the manor unbroken. Days later, a group of curious friends stood outside the Whispering Manor, discussing the old ghost stories. "Nothing but kids' tales," one of them remarked dismissively. As they walked away, lost in laughter and skepticism, they failed to notice the ghostly image of a young woman in the top window. Sarah, screaming in eternal silence for help. And so, the Whispering Manor continued its silent vigil, its secrets and horrors trapped within, waiting for the next unwary soul to uncover its tragic past. And if you're still looking to fulfill your thirst for more horror, don't forget to check out this next video, unless of course you're frozen with fear already. In a chilling tale of the supernatural, a young woman finds herself haunted by a restless spirit. Desperate to break free from its grasp, she embarks on a perilous quest to sever the ghostly bond, but in her bid for freedom, she unwittingly steps into a realm beyond our own. The tube train rattled through the underground labyrinth of London, its carriages whispering secrets of a bygone era. Clara, a young woman with striking hazel eyes and auburn hair, tied back in a loose bun, sat huddled in her seat. It was just another late evening, the kind she had grown accustomed to, yet something felt unsettlingly different tonight. As the train whisked past dimly lit stations, Clara's thoughts were a swirl of workplace drama and weekend plans. Her fingers danced over the screen of her phone, but her mind was elsewhere, lost in the hum of the carriage. The train lurched into a particularly dark stretch of tunnel, and Clara looked up, her eyes momentarily meeting those of a stranger sitting across from her. He was an odd fellow, dressed in a somewhat outdated fashion. With a bowler hat resting on his knee, his eyes deep and penetrating, he seemed to hold 1,000 untold stories. Feeling a bit unnerved, Clara had turned her gaze to her phone, but a sudden chill ran down her spine. She could feel the stranger's gaze still fixed on her, almost as if he were trying to communicate something urgent, something dire. The train screeched to a halt at the next station, and the door slid open with a hiss. A few passengers disembarked, and a few others boarded, but the man in the bowler hat remained seated, his eyes never leaving Clara. As the train resumed its journey, he leaned forward, his voice barely above a whisper, yet clear over the clatter of the train. "I don't mean to alarm you," he said in a tone that suggested the exact opposite. "But there's something you should know." Clara, feeling a mix of curiosity and apprehension, reluctantly met his gaze. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" she asked, her voice tinged with caution. "No," he replied, "but I know something about you. Something you are not aware of, yet." Clara frowned, unsure how to respond to such a bizarre statement. She glanced around, hoping for some form of distraction or escape, but the other passengers seemed oblivious to their conversation, engrossed in their own worlds of books, music, and phones. "You're not alone on this journey," the man continued, his eyes darkening with a serious intensity. "There is a presence with you, a spirit from the past. It's attached itself to you, and I fear its intentions are not benign." Clara's heart skipped a beat. Was this some kind of joke, a prank? She looked at the man, trying to discern any sign of deceit, but his expression was grave. "I don't believe in ghosts," Clara said, her voice firm, even though a part of her trembled at the thought. The man sighed, a look of genuine concern etching in his face. "I understand your skepticism, but please be vigilant. The spirit, it's a victim of a tragic accident that happened here years ago." The train pulled into the next station, and Clara stood up hastily. I need to get off here," she lied, eager to escape the unnerving conversation. As she stepped off the train, she stole one last glance at the mysterious man. He dipped his hat, an old-fashioned gesture that somehow seemed fitting, and whispered, "Be careful, miss. The echoes of the past are not always just echoes." The train doors closed, and Clara was left alone on the platform, her heart racing. She tried to shake off the man's words, telling herself it was just the ramblings of a stranger. But as she made her way out of the station, into the night, she couldn't shake the feeling that something unseen was following her, a shadow from the underground depths. The evening after her unsettling encounter on the tube, Clara met her friend Emily at a bustling cafe in the heart of the city. The place was alive with the chatter of people unwinding after a long day, and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the sounds of clinking glasses and laughter. Clara, still shaken from the previous night's experience, was grateful for the normalcy of the cafe and the company of Emily, who had been her confidant since the university days. They found a cozy corner and settled in, ordering the usual, a latte for Clara and a cappuccino for Emily. As they chatted about their day, Clara felt the weight of her encounter lift slightly. Emily's vibrant personality and infectious laughter were just the remedy she needed. They reminisced about the old college days, and for a moment, Clara forgot about the mysterious man and his ominous warning. However, the lightness of the evening was short-lived, As they were laughing over an old joke, Emily suddenly winched and clutched her arm. "Ouch, Clara, did you just scratch me?" she asked, looking at her friend with a mix of surprise and pain. Clara was taken back. "What? No, Emily, I didn't. Why would I do that?" Emily rolled up her sleeve, revealing a set of red scratch marks on her arm. They looked fresh and oddly precise, as if made by human nails. "Then how did these get here?" Emily demanded, her voice tinged with accusations. Clara was at a loss for words. She knew she hadn't touched Emily, yet the marks were undeniably there. I don't know, Em. I swear I didn't do it," she stammered, her mind racing back to the man warning about the spirit. Emily's expression hardened. "This isn't funny, Clara. If you're playing some sort of weird joke on me, it's not cool." Her voice was rising, attracting curious glances from nearby patrons. Clara felt a cold shiver run down her spine. She wanted to explain, to tell Emily about the ghost and the medium's warnings, but how could she? It sounded absurd even in her own head. "Emily, please believe me, I didn't do this. I would never hurt you," Clara pleaded, her eyes wide with sincerity. But Emily was not convinced. She grabbed her purse, her movements quick and agitated. "I think I should go. This is too weird for me, Clara." Clara reached out, trying to stop her, but Emily shrugged her off and stormed out of the cafe, leaving Clara alone, surrounded by murmuring customers and a growing sense of dread. As she sat there, bewildered and heartbroken, Clara couldn't shake the feeling that the mysterious presence the medium had spoken of was more than just a ghost story. It was real, and it was affecting her life in ways she couldn't have imagined. With a heavy heart, she realized she had to uncover the truth behind the spirit's attachment to her before it caused any more harm. In the wake of her unsettling experience, Clara felt a deep need for a connection, something familiar and grounding. She found herself reaching out to Tom, her ex-boyfriend, with whom she had parted on amicable terms. Tom had always been a source of comfort and understanding, and Clara hoped that spending time with him might bring some normality back into her life. Tom was surprised and receptive to her call. They agreed to meet and spend a day together, catching up and revisiting some of their favourite spots around the city. As they strolled through the bustling streets, they visited the quaint little bookshop they both loved, and shared a meal at their favourite old cafe. Clara felt a sense of ease she hadn't felt in days. As the day turned into evening, they found themselves back at Clara's apartment, sinking into the familiar comfort of the couch. They talked, laughed, and reminisced, the warmth of their shared history filling the room. Eventually, the conversation dwindled, and a comfortable silence settled between them. The emotional exhaustion of the past few days caught up with Clara, and she found herself drifting off to sleep, her head resting gently against Tom's shoulder. Tom, also lulled by the quiet ambience and the warmth of Clara's presence, fell asleep. The apartment was quiet, save for the soft ticking of the clock and their synchronized breathing. The peace, however, was short-lived. Tom was jolted awake by a sensation of hands wrapping tightly around his neck. He gasped for air, his hands clawing at the invisible force that seemed to be strangling him. Pain surged through his body as he struggled to break free from the unseen grip. Clara woke up to Tom's frantic movements and gasps. Confused and scared, she tried to help him, her own heart racing with fear. "Tom, what's happening?" Tom managed to free himself from the invisible hold and scrambled away from Clara, his eyes wide with shock and fear. He turned to her, his breath ragged, and pointed to his neck, where red marks were beginning to form. "Clara, did you?" His voice was a mix of disbelief and accusation. "No, Tom, I swear I didn't." Clara's voice trembled, her mind reeling. She remembered the scratch marks on Emily's arm and the ominous warning from the man on the tube. The realization hit her like a wave. The spirit was not just a passive presence, it was actively causing harm. Tom, his expression a mix of fear and confusion, stood up abruptly. "I don't know what's going on here, Clara, but I'm not into this kind of thing." His voice was strained, a hint of fear underlying his words. Clara reached out to him, desperation in her voice. "Please, Tom, you have to believe me. I didn't do this. There's something else." But Tom was already heading for the door, his steps quick and determined. "I'm sorry, Clara. I can't deal with this," he said, not looking back as he left the apartment. Clara sat there, alone and frightened, the gravity of her situation sinking in. The spirit was not just a haunting presence. It was a dangerous entity that was affecting her and those close to her. She knew she couldn't ignore it any longer. She had to find out why this spirit had attached itself to her and how to stop it before it caused any more harm. The journey ahead was uncertain and terrifying, but Clara knew she had no other choice. The answers lay somewhere in dark history of the tube, and she had to uncover them. Clara sat in the dimly lit living room of her flat, the events of the past few days swirling in her mind like a relentless storm. The eerie encounters, her friends' reactions, and the unexplainable physical attacks had left her feeling isolated and terrified. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she grappled with the reality that her life had taken a turn into the inexplicable. Exhausted and emotionally drained, she eventually succumbed to the restless sleep of her sofa. In the dead of night, a sudden chill seeped into the room, rousing Clara from an uneasy slumber. It felt as though icy fingers were gripping her, pulling at her with a ghostly force. She gasped and sat up frantically, looking around the dark room, but no one was there. The air was unnaturally cold, and an oppressive sense of fear hung heavy in the atmosphere. Desperate for answers, Clara made a decision. She needed to confront this nightmare head-on. Wrapping herself in a coat, she left her flat and hurried through the silent streets towards a tube station. The city seemed different in the night, more ominous, as if hiding secrets in the shadows. As she descended into the tube station, her heart pounded with a mix of fear and determination. The platform was deserted, save for the flickering lights and the distant rumble of an approaching train. She stepped onto the train, her eyes scanning the empty carriages. Then she saw him, the mysterious man from before, sitting calmly in the same carriage. He looked up as she entered, his eyes meeting hers with an eerie sense of recognition. "I've been waiting for you," he said, his voice steady and somber. Clara approached him cautiously, her mind racing with questions. "How did you know I'd be here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The man sighed, a look of solemnity crossing his face. "I knew, because the spirit that haunts you is restless. It's escalating its actions, which means it's desperate for something. I sense its unrest. I knew it would drive you to seek answers." Clara sat opposite him, her hands trembling. "Who are you? How do you know about this spirit?" "My name is Edward," he began, his gaze fixed on hers. "I'm a medium. I have a connection with the other side, a gift that allows me to see and feel what others cannot. This spirit, this entity that follows you, is tied to a tragic event that occurred on these tracks many years ago." Clara listened, her heart pounding in her chest. Edward's words were like pieces of a puzzle she had been desperately trying to solve. "The spirit was once a passenger, just like you," Edward continued. "An accident happened on this line, a collision that claimed many lives, including that of the spirit. But its soul couldn't move on, trapped in the echoes of its final journey." "But why me? Why has it attached itself to me?" Clara asked, a mix of fear and confusion in her voice. Edward leaned forward, his expression grave. "Sometimes spirits latch on to someone who they feel they have a connection with, or who reminds them of something from their life. It's not always logical or fair, but in your case, I believe there's something about you that resonates with the spirits." Clara felt a chill run down her spine. The idea that she was unwittingly bound to a tormented soul was both terrifying and heart-wrenching. "What does it want? How can I end this?" she asked, her voice tinged with desperation. Edward looked at her with a mix of empathy and resolve. free yourself and the spirit. You need to help it complete its journey. You must uncover the truth of the accident, understand the spirit's story, and help it find peace. It's a difficult path, but it's the only way to stop the haunting. Clara nodded, a newfound determination rising within her. She was no longer just a victim of these hauntings. She was now a key to resolving a restless spirit's anguish. With Edward's guidance, she would delve into the dark history of the Tube, confront the echoes of the past, and seek to bring peace to the spirit that had so dramatically entered her life. Clara spent the following days immersed in research, delving deep into the archives of the city's history, searching for anything related to the tragic Tube accident. She visited the local library, scrolled through countless online databases, and even spoke to historians specializing in the city's transport history. Each piece of information she gathered felt like a step closer to unraveling the mystery that had entangled her life. One evening, as she sifted through a digital archive of old newspapers and photographs, a particular image caught her eye. It was a black and white photo of an old woman, her face marked by time and experience, but with a kind and gentle expression. The caption underneath read, "Victim of the Tube tragedy, renowned medium on journey to visit son." Clara felt an inexplicable pull towards the image of the old woman. Perhaps it was her status as a medium that resonated with Clara, given her own recent encounters with Edward. Or maybe there was something deeper, an unseen thread connecting them across time. Clara studied the woman's face, wondering about her life, her gift, and the son she was set to visit on that fateful day. Driven by a newfound purpose, Clara dug further into the woman's story. Her name was Eliza Bennett, a respected medium in her community, known for her kind heart and her ability to communicate with the spirit world. The more Clara read about Eliza, the more she felt a strange kinship with her. Her research eventually led her to an old address, one linked to Eliza's son. It was a long shot, but Clara felt compelled to follow this lead. She needed to know more, to understand the connection between Eliza and the haunting presence that had disrupted her life. The next day, Clara found herself once again on the Tube, her heart heavy with anticipation and anxiety. She wondered if she was getting closer to the answers she sought, or if she was merely chasing shadows. The train moved through the tunnels, a reminder of the tragic history that lay hidden in its depths. As she reached the address, an old Victorian house in a quiet part of the city, Clara felt a surge of nervous energy. The house looked well maintained, but carried an air of the past, its walls holding stories and secrets of its own. Taking a deep breath, Clara approached the door and rang the doorbell. Her mind raced with questions. Who would answer? What would she say? Was she ready to face whatever truth lay behind this door? The door creaked open. An elderly man appeared, his face marked with lines of age and eyes that held a gentle curiosity. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice soft yet clear. Clara hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Hello, my name is Clara. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm looking for information about Eliza Bennett. I believe she was your mother?" The man's expression shifted, a mix of surprise and deep, unspoken understanding crossing his features. "Eliza Bennett was my mother," he confirmed. "But why are you asking about her now, after all these years?" Clara took a deep breath, ready to share her story, to reveal the haunting journey she had been on, and to hopefully find the key to unraveling the mystery of the restless spirit that had brought her to this very doorstep. The man, introducing himself as Michael, Eliza's son, led Clara into the old Victorian house. The interior was a blend of past and present, with antique furnishings casting long shadows in the dim light. Michael offered her a seat in the living room, a space that felt like a capsule of a bygone era. As they sat, Michael began to recount the story of his mother, Eliza Bennett. He spoke of a family rift, sparked by his marriage to a woman whom Eliza had disapproved of, leading to years of silence between them. His wife had passed away under mysterious circumstances, and after much soul-searching, Michael had reached out to his mother to reconcile. They had planned to meet for the first time in years on the day of the tragic accident. "If what you're saying is true, that my mother's spirit is with you," Michael said, his eyes locking with Clara's, "then she might be able to communicate through us. But I'll need your help." Clara, driven by a mix of desperation and the hope that this could finally end her haunting, agreed to assist. She was wary, but felt she had no other choice. Michael instructed her to sit in a chair in the centre of the room, and he began to prepare for what he described as a channeling session. As Clara sat, a sense of unease crept over her. Michael's demeanour had changed. There was an intensity in his eyes that hadn't been there before. He began to chant in a low, rhythmic tone, the words unfamiliar and unsettling to Clara. Suddenly, the room grew colder, and Clara felt a presence envelop her. It was as if icy fingers were reaching into her very soul. She tried to stand, tried to break free, but her body wouldn't respond. She was paralyzed, trapped in her own body, as an external force began to take control. Michael's chanting grew louder, and he began to laugh, a chilling sound that echoed through the room. "Yes, Mother, come through. Take this vessel. Return to us." Clara's mind raced with panic. This was a trap, a sinister plot to use her as a conduit for Eliza's spirit to return to the living world. She fought with every ounce of her being, trying to push the invading presence out of her mind and body. Michael's laughter continued, a twisted symphony to the macabre scene unfolding. "You thought you were helping, but you've only helped us bring her back. My mother, the medium, will live again through you." As the struggle intensified, Clara's vision began to blur, the edges of the room melting into darkness. She could feel Eliza's spirit, strong and determined, wrestling for dominance over her own consciousness. In this moment of despair, Clara's thoughts turned to Edward, the medium from the tube. She wished for his guidance, for his strength to help her in this battle for her very soul. She concentrated on her own will, her spirit, trying to summon the strength to resist the possession. The room spun, the air crackled with an unseen energy, and Clara let out a defiant scream, a last stand against the darkness that sought to claim her. The battle between the living and the dead raged within her, a fight for control, a fight for survival. In the eerie living room, where the air was thick with the scent of old books and forgotten memories, Clara's body stood up abruptly, a smile spreading upon her face. But it wasn't her smile. It was something foreign, something sinister. "Free!" The voice that emerged was not Clara's. It was laced with triumph and malice, the voice of Eliza Bennett. The son, Michael, clapped his hands in glee. "Mother, we did it! You're back!" His face was alight with a twisted joy, a son reunited with his mother in the most unnatural way. Eliza, now in control of Clara's body, stretched out her arms, reveling in her newfound physicality. "I have conquered death," she declared, in her voice echoing around the room. "Now I shall conquer life." Meanwhile, Clara's spirit found itself in an ethereal version of the tube, a world shrouded in a dense, dreamlike fog. The outlines of people were mere shadows, flickering in and out of focus. She felt disorientated, her mind struggling to grasp her new reality. As she attempted to move, Clara realized she was a mere wisp of her former self, a ghostly presence in a world that was both familiar and utterly alien. She tried to call out, to reach for help, but her voice was nothing more than a whisper lost in the void. In desperation, Clara reached out and managed to grasp onto somebody, a passenger who was oblivious to the spectral hand clinging to them. Her touch was light, barely perceptible, yet it was a connection to the physical world she so desperately sought to return to. At that moment, Clara heard a voice she recognized. It was Edward, the medium who had first warned her of the spirit. He was speaking to the person she had unwittingly attached herself to. "I must warn you." Edward's voice was serious, tinged with a hint of sadness. "A spirit has attached itself to you. It's lost, confused, seeking to return to the world it knew." The person, unaware of the ghostly drama unfolding around them, looked around nervously, a sense of unease settling over them. Clara realized the tragic irony of her situation. She, who had once been warned of a spirit's attachment, was now the spirit, clinging to an unsuspecting passenger. In a quest to rid herself of Eliza's haunting, she had become the very thing she feared. The train moved through the tunnels, a spectral vessel, carrying lost souls and unfinished stories. Clara's spirit lingered, a silent, invisible presence, a whisper in the underground. She had become an echo in the very depths she had once travelled as a living, breathing human. And so, the tube carried on, a conduit for the living and the dead, each on their own journey, each with their own story, as the cycle of hauntings and warnings continued in the shadows of the underground. And if you're still looking to fulfill your thirst for more horror, don't forget to check out this next video, unless of course you're frozen with fear already. Discover the chilling tale of a man who buys a fragment of an ancient torture rack at an auction, only to be haunted by the spirit of its former torturer. Listen to how he's compelled to reconstruct the gruesome device, while the ghost plots to seize control of his body. Don't miss this spine-tingling journey into terror. The rain drizzled outside, casting a somber mood over the small, dimly lit auction house. Nestled among the array of peculiar antiques and forgotten relics, Jonathan Harker stood silently, his gaze fixated on a peculiar item on display. It was a fragment of an old torture rack, its dark wood and rusted iron exuding an eerie aura. Jonathan, a history enthusiast with a penchant for the macabre, was drawn to it like a moth to a flame. He had heard tales of the rack's origin, used in medieval times by a notorious torturer known for his cruel and innovative methods. Such dark history only fueled Jonathan's fascination. As the auctioneer called for bids, Jonathan's hand shot up almost involuntary. The room was thick with an uncomfortable silence, the other bidders seemingly hesitant, or perhaps wisely disinterested in the grim artifact. The price was surprisingly low, and within moments the piece was his. Feeling a mixture of triumph and an inexplicable sense of dread, Jonathan approached to claim his prize. As his fingers brushed against the cold, rough surface of the rack, a shiver ran down his spine. It was as if the wood whispered secrets of a bygone era, echoes and screams etched into its grain. The auctioneer, an elderly man with knowing eyes, handed the piece of wood over to Jonathan. "Be wary, young man," he said, his voice tinged with a seriousness that seemed out of place. "Some items carry more than just history. They bear the weight of souls long gone." Jonathan chuckled nervously, dismissing the old man's words as mere superstition. He carried the rack fragment to his car, the rain now pouring in earnest, as if the heavens themselves wept for the artifact's release. Back at his home, Jonathan placed the piece in his study, a room filled with other historical artifacts and books. That night, as he lay in bed, the house seemed unusually quiet, the silence almost oppressive. It was then that he heard it for the first time, a faint whisper, barely audible, like the hiss of a distant wind. He dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, a side effect of the day's excitement. But as the days passed, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They called out in a language he couldn't understand. Yet the message was clear. He needed to complete the rack. Desire to do so became an obsession, consuming his thoughts and darkening his soul. Unbeknownst to Jonathan, the fragment was not just a relic of the past. It was a key, a gateway for something ancient and malevolent. The ghost of the rack's creator, a torturer from centuries past, had found in him a willing descendant, a vessel to continue a legacy of cruelty long thought to be buried in the annals of history. As Jonathan hunted for the missing pieces of the rack, he failed to notice the changes within himself, the growing darkness in his eyes, the cruel twist in his mouth, the harshness in his voice. The once kind and curious historian was slowly being eroded away, replaced by something far more sinister. The morning sun filtered weakly through the curtains of Jonathan's study, casting long shadows over the ancient fragment of the torture rack that now seemed to dominate the room. Jonathan sat at his desk, his eyes not on the numerous books or the papers strewn about, but fixed intently on a dark piece of wood and iron. Since acquiring it, his nights had been restless, filled with unsettling dreams of shadowy figures and echoing screams. As the days passed, the pull towards the rack grew stronger, an invisible force beckoning him to complete what was once started centuries ago. He found himself scouring antique shops and online auctions, obsessively searching for the remaining parts of the rack. The pursuit consumed him, each waking moment dedicated to this singular, dark purpose. But it wasn't just the rack that was changing. Jonathan himself was undergoing a transformation. His friends and colleagues began to notice a shift in his demeanor. Once a warm and engaging man, he now seemed distant, his once sparkling eyes now dull, and often veering towards a cold glare. Conversations with him became strained, his responses short and sometimes laced with a biting sarcasm that bordered on cruelty. One evening, while having dinner with a close friend, Peter, the change became disturbingly evident. Peter, concerned, had brought up Jonathan's recent obsession. "Jonathan, you're not yourself lately. This fixation with the rack, it's not healthy," he said, his voice laced with worry. Jonathan's response was a cold laugh, a sound that seemed foreign even to his own ears. "Healthy, Peter? You, of all people, should appreciate the historical significance of my find. I'm restoring a piece of history," he replied, his tone dismissive and harsh. Peter, taken aback by the response, tried to reason with him, but Jonathan was unyielding. The conversation quickly escalated, with Jonathan's words turning sharp and cruel, cutting Peter deeply. The evening ended with Peter leaving in dismay, and Jonathan feeling a surge of inexplicable satisfaction from the verbal sparring. Alone in his study later that night, Jonathan sat staring at the rack fragment. The whispers were clearer now, more demanding. They spoke of power, of legacy, of the need to complete the rack. And for the first time, Jonathan felt a sinister pleasure in the thought of it. The idea of wielding such power, the power to inflict pain and command fear, was intoxicating. He delved deeper into his quest to rebuild the rack. Jonathan's interactions with others grew increasingly unsettling. His patience was thin, his temper quick to flare. People began to avoid him, sensing something dark and dangerous brewing beneath the surface. And then, one fateful day, Jonathan found another piece of the rack. The moment he touched it, a jolt of energy coursed through him, and the whispers crescendoed into an overpowering chorus. His vision momentarily blurred, and when it cleared, he saw not his study, but a dark, damp dungeon from another time, with the rack fully assembled, waiting for its next victim. Shaking off the vision, Jonathan realized with a mix of horror and exhilaration that he was no longer in control. The legacy of the torturer was slowly claiming him, reshaping him into an instrument of its will. The line between man and monster was blurring, and the journey towards an inevitable dark destiny was well underway. Jonathan's world had narrowed down to a singular, all-consuming obsession: the reconstruction of the medieval torture rack. Each day, he could feel the ancient spirit of the torturer weaving its dark tendrils tighter around his soul, driving him further from the man he once was. One chilling evening, Jonathan's girlfriend, Emily, visited his home. She had been worried about him. His recent behavior and withdrawal from their relationship had left her both concerned and confused. Emily, with her bright smile and gentle demeanor, represented normalcy that Jonathan was rapidly losing touch with. As they sat together in the living room, attempting to rekindle some semblance of their old, playful and dynamic relationship, something sinister simmered beneath Jonathan's forced smiles. They began to play a mock wrestling game, a common playful act between them. However, this time, as Jonathan pinned Emily down, something within him snapped. "Confess!" he bellowed, his voice unrecognizable, laced with a malice that froze Emily's blood. His hands gripped her arms and legs, pulling them apart with a frightening intensity. Emily, caught completely off guard, struggled beneath his grasp, terror overtaking her. "Jonathan, stop! You're hurting me!" she cried out in panic. The sound of her voice seemed to momentarily break the spell. Releasing her, Jonathan stumbled back, horror-stricken at what he had almost done. Emily, without a word, scrambled to her feet and fled from the house, her departure marking the end of something beautiful that had been irrevocably tarnished by the growing darkness within him. In the days that followed, Jonathan's isolation deepened. His search for the remaining pieces of the rack turned futile, as if the universe itself was denying him the completion of his cursed quest. Desperation clawed at him. He made a decision that would seal his fate. He sought out a local carpenter, a craftsman known for his skill in working with antique restorations. Feigning a scholarly interest in medieval history, Jonathan commissioned him to construct the missing parts of the rack, providing detailed sketches that he had drawn from his visions and the whispers that now rarely ceased. The carpenter, oblivious to the true nature of the project, agreed the task. As he worked, Jonathan watched, his eyes burning with a feverish intensity. With each piece that took shape, the grip of the ancient torturer's spirit tightened, his whispers growing more commanding, filling Jonathan's mind with visions of power and cruelty. When the rack was finally completed, standing ominous and foreboding in Jonathan's study, a chilling sense of accomplishment washed over him. He ran his hands over the cold, smooth surfaces, feeling a connection to the past, soaked in pain and terror. The line between him and the ghostly torturer had all but vanished. Jonathan, once a man of learning and kindness, had been consumed by the legacy of his ancestor. The rack, now whole, stood as a monument to his descent into darkness, a tool waiting to be used in the continuation of centuries-old cruelty and torment. The journey into the abyss was complete, and there was no turning back. In the heart of his foreboding study, surrounded by the shadows of the night, Jonathan stood before the fully assembled torture rack. Its presence filled the room with an ominous air, a silent testament to the darkness that had consumed his soul. The whispers of an ancient torturer were now incessant, urging him to complete the final, ghastly act that would fully bind him to his cursed heritage. Jonathan's mind, once a sanctuary of knowledge and compassion, was now a battleground of sanity and madness. The part of him that still clung to his humanity recoiled at the thought of what he was being compelled to do. Yet the darker part, the part that had grown in the shadow of the rack, craved to experience his power. Driven by this twisted desire, Jonathan devised a malevolent plan. He decided to lure someone into his home under the pretense of needing help with a historical research project. It was a simple, yet deceitful ruse, one that preyed on the kindness of others, a trait he himself had once possessed. After careful consideration, he chose his victim, a young graduate student from the local university, known for her keen interest in medieval history. Jonathan reached out to her, his invitation laced with the promise of exclusive access to his collection of historical artifacts. The student, eager for the opportunity, agreed without hesitation. The night she arrived, Jonathan led her to his study, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and dread. As she marveled at the collection, he offered her a drink, one he had laced with a sedative. Within minutes, she slumped to the floor unconscious. With a chilling resolve, Jonathan placed her upon the rack. As he began to turn the wheel, the student regained consciousness, her eyes wide with terror. Her screams echoed through the room, a haunting melody to the symphony of whispers in Jonathan's head. But as he watched her body contort in agony, something within him snapped. The last vestiges of his humanity surged forth, horror and revulsion overwhelming the dark ecstasy he had felt moments before. He released the wheel, collapsing to his knees, his hands trembling. The room spun around, the walls seemingly closing in. The whispers turned into thunderous roars, condemning him for his weakness, for his failure to fully embrace his destiny. In his weakened state, both physically and mentally, the spirit of the torturer saw its opportunity. It began to seep into Jonathan's soul, filling every crevice of his being with its malevolent essence. Jonathan felt himself slipping away, his consciousness fading into the background as the torturer's spirit took hold. The young student, seizing the moment, managed to free herself and escape, her departure unnoticed by Jonathan, who was now lost in the depths of his own mind. As the torturer's spirit melded with his, Jonathan's body stood up, but it was no longer Jonathan who looked out from the once kind eyes. The spirit of the ancient torturer had found its vessel, ready to walk the earth once more, to continue a legacy of horror that had been momentarily thwarted by time. The study, once a place of scholarly pursuit, had transformed into a chamber of horrors. The spirit of the ancient torturer, now inhabiting Jonathan's body, reveled in its newfound freedom. The whispers that had once tormented Jonathan were now commands that the torturer heeded with dark delight. The need for victims was pressing, a cruel necessity to cement his hold over Jonathan's body. The spirit understood that it needed to subject someone to the brink of death on the rack to complete the sinister ritual, to bind itself permanently to the mortal realm. Under the guise of Jonathan, the torturer plotted to ensnare another unsuspecting soul. He chose his next victim with care, a solitary individual, unlikely to be immediately missed. Using the same ruse of historical research, he invited a local antiquarian to his home, a man known for his reclusive nature and deep interest in medieval artifacts. The antiquarian, enticed by the prospect of examining Jonathan's collection, arrived one fog-laden evening. He was greeted by a host who seemed a shadow of the man he had expected to meet, his demeanor cold and his eyes devoid of any warmth. Once in the study, the antiquarian's fascination with the artifacts turned to dread as he realized the true nature of his visit. Before he could react, he was overpowered and bound to the rack. The torturer, inhabiting Jonathan's body, began his gruesome work. He turned the rack slowly, savoring each moment of his victim's agony. The screams of the antiquarian echoed through the room, a macabre symphony to which the torturer conducted with sadistic pleasure. Hours passed, the torture unrelenting in his cruelty. The antiquarian, pushed to the very brink of death, lay broken and barely conscious. The spirit inside Jonathan relished the pain he inflicted, drawing strength from the suffering he caused. As the dawn's first light crept into the room, the deed was done. The torturer, feeling the final bonds securing him to Jonathan's body, stood triumphant. Jonathan's body was now his vessel, permanently bound to the torturer's malevolent spirit. The antiquarian, left in a state between life and death, was a testament to the completion of the ritual. The torturer, in his new mortal form, reveled in the knowledge that he could now walk the earth, continuing his legacy of terror. The study, with the rack at its center, had become a shrine to unspeakable acts. The spirit of the torturer, once confined to the whispers of the past, was now free, its hunger for suffering and pain unquenchable. The morning light had barely touched the earth when the sound of forceful banging shattered the eerie silence of Jonathan's home. The police had arrived, alerted by the young student who had narrowly escaped the horrors of the study. Their urgent knocks echoed through the halls, a stark contrast to the sinister calm within. The torturer, now fully inhabiting Jonathan's body, felt no fear or concern. With a chilling smile, he glided towards the door, his movement imbued with a dark grace. The spirit within him was reveling in its newfound power, eager to confront any who dared to challenge its reign. As he opened the door, two burly police officers burst in, their faces set in expressions of determination and shock. Their eyes quickly found the antiquarian still bound to the rack, his body a testament to the unspeakable cruelty inflicted upon him. Without hesitation, the officers moved to apprehend the torturer. But to their disbelief, he merely laughed, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell itself. With an ease that defied belief, he brushed them aside as if they were small children, his strength amplified by the malevolent spirit that controlled him. The officers, stunned by the display of power, attempted to regroup and tackle him. They were no match for the supernatural force they faced. With swift, brutal efficiency, the torturer struck them down, rendering them unconscious with ease. His laughter filled the room as he dragged one of the officers to the rack. With a twisted sense of excitement, he began to turn the wheel, relishing the sound of bones breaking and flesh tearing. The rack, pushed beyond its limits, groaned under the strain of its sadistic delight. As the torturer stood back, admiring his handiwork, a transformation began to take place. Jonathan's features, once kind and gentle, morphed into a visage of pure evil. The face of the ancient torturer emerged, his cruel eyes gleaming with a malevolent joy. This physical change was the final seal, the complete fusion of the spirit with Jonathan's body. With the transformation complete, the torturer walked out of the house, stepping into the light of a new day. His appearance was now that of the medieval torturer, a figure from a nightmare made flesh. As he walked, his laughter echoed through the streets, a chilling herald of the terror that had been unleashed upon the world. The house, once a haven of scholarly pursuit, now stood as a silent witness to the birth of a new era of darkness. The police, and soon the world, would come to realize the full extent of the horror that had taken place within its walls. But for now, the torturer walked free. His power absolute. His hunger for suffering and pain boundless. The city was in turmoil, following the gruesome discoveries at Jonathan's home. The police, amidst a flurry of investigation and public outcry, found themselves at a dead end. Jonathan, the man they sought, had vanished without a trace. The transformation that had taken place within him had rendered him unrecognizable, his features altered by the malevolent spirit that had now controlled him. Meanwhile, the torturer, wearing the guise of a new face, moved through the city's underbelly unnoticed. He was a shadow, weaving his way through society, his true nature concealed behind a mask of normalcy. With each passing day, his influence grew, reaching into the corners of power and corruption. As he ascended the ranks of the clandestine networks that thrived in the dark, his presence became known among those who wielded power from the shadows. His cruelty and strength, his ability to instill fear and obedience, quickly earned him a place among them. One evening, in a dimly lit room where the city's most influential and corrupt gathered, the torturer took his place at the head of the table, his eyes cold and calculating, swept over the faces of those who sat before him. They were people of influence, politicians, business tycoons, criminal overlords, each a cog in the machine of power and control. The room fell in silence as he stood to speak, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "We sit in high places," he began, his tone dark and commanding. "In the shadows of power, we pull the strings of this city. We shape its destiny." He paused, his gaze piercing each person in the room. "We are legion," he continued, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Our reach is far, our grasp unyielding. Together, we shall steer the course of this world into a new era." The people in the room nodded, a mixture of fear and respect evident in their eyes. They understood the power they were witnessing, a force unlike any they had encountered before. In the mists sat not just a man, but a manifestation of an ancient cruelty and darkness, now reborn in the modern world. Outside, the city continued its nightly bustle, oblivious to the fact that a new shadow had fallen over it. In the halls of power, the torturer sat, his influence spreading like a dark web. His reign had begun, a reign that promised to be as long and as cruel as that of the spirit that now inhabited him. And so, the world unknowingly turned under the watchful gaze of a tormentor from the past, a being whose thirst for power and suffering knew no bounds. The legacy of the torturer, once confined to the annals of history, was now etched into the present, a dark echo resonating through the corridors of power.
And if you're still looking to fulfill your thirst for more horror, don't forget to check out this next video, unless of course you're frozen with fear already.
When a group of friends venture into the eerie depths of Thetford Forest, they capture something unimaginable on camera, a glimpse of a strange, elusive creature. But when they return home, their lives take a terrifying turn. One by one, they begin to disappear, vanishing without a trace. Haunted by the memories of the forest and the creature they encountered, the remaining friends must confront their darkest fears. As they come face to face with the unknown, a chilling question emerges. Could this sinister being be the legendary Wendigo? The late afternoon sun dappled through the thick canopy of Thetford Forest, casting a warm, golden hue over the sprawling woods. Emma and James, a couple from the nearby town of Brandon, were enjoying a leisurely walk with their spirited spaniel, Max. They often came to the forest to escape the bustle of everyday life, finding solace in its serene beauty. Lost in conversation and laughter, they barely noticed the sun dipping below the horizon. The forest, a familiar haven in daylight, began to transform as shadows lengthened and an eerie stillness settled in. Max, usually energetic and curious, started to whine and stick close to their heels. "It's getting late. We should head back," Emma said, a hint of unease in her voice. She glanced at her watch and was surprised to see it was much later than she had thought. As they turned to retrace their steps, a sudden rustling from the underbrush startled them. Max barked furiously, his hackles raised. James squinted into the trees, trying to discern the cause of the disturbance. That's when he saw it, a fleeting glimpse of a figure, too tall and too strange to be human, vanishing behind a thick cluster of trees. It had the unmistakable silhouette of a man, but with the head and antlers of a deer. "Did you see that?" he whispered to Emma, his voice laced with disbelief. Before she could answer, another rustle echoed through the forest, closer this time. They could feel the presence of something watching, something ancient and unfathomable. Panic surged through them as they realized they were not alone. "Let's get out of here," Emma said, her voice trembling. They quickened their pace, every snap, twig and whisper of wind amplifying their fear. Max barked incessantly, as if urging them to hurry. The forest seemed endless, and for a terrifying moment they feared they had lost their way. But eventually, the familiar path emerged, leading them to the safety of their car. They didn't stop to catch their breath until they were well on their way home, the forest a dark silhouette in the rearview mirror. The next day, still shaken, they shared their experience with a local reporter. Their tale, tinged with the unbelievable but sincere in its fear, made the front page of the local newspaper and was shared extensively online. The headline read, "Mysterious creature spotted in Thetford Forest. A legend returns." The story reignited interest in the old legend of the forest, drawing both skeptics and believers into a debate that would soon captivate the entire region. The story of Emma and James's encounter in Thetford Forest spread like wildfire, igniting a mixture of skepticism and fascination among the locals. Among them were three friends, Alex, Mia, and Ben, known for their love of adventure and their small YouTube channel dedicated to exploring urban legends. Seeing an opportunity to make a name for themselves, they decided to investigate the forest. Armed with cameras, night vision goggles, and an unshakable sense of excitement, they ventured into the dense woods as dusk fell. The exact spot where the creature was reportedly seen became their base. They set up cameras in strategic locations, hoping to capture undeniable proof of the creature's existence. The night in the forest was an eerie experience. The usual sounds of the wilderness were amplified in the darkness, making every rustle and snap sound ominous. Several times, they thought they saw shadows moving in the distance, but it turned out to be nothing more than the wind stirring the trees. Hours passed without any significant incident, and a sense of disappointment began to settle in. As dawn approached, they decided to pack up, feeling a mix of exhaustion and disillusionment. They had hoped for a clear sighting, a definitive proof, but the forest remained a silent, impenetrable mystery. Back at Alex's house, they reviewed the footage from the cameras. Most of it showed the quiet forest at night, nothing more. But then, on one of the cameras, they saw something that made their hearts race. It was a grainy and out-of-focus image, but there was a distinct figure resembling the creature, with antlers silhouetted against the night. Their excitement was palpable. This was it, their moment of glory, their ticket to fame. They hastily prepared the footage and took it to the local newspaper, confident that they were about to make headlines. The newspaper editor, a seasoned journalist named Mr. Thompson, examined the footage with a critical eye. After a long pause, he looked up, his expression one of skepticism. "This could be anything," he said dismissively. "It's too grainy, too out of focus. For all we know, this could be someone wearing a mask, a prank. I can't publish this as evidence of a mythical creature." The trio's spirits plummeted. They had been so sure of their success, only to have their hopes dashed by the blunt assessment of the editor. The realization hit them hard. Capturing proof of the unknown was not going to be as easy as they had thought. But as they left the newspaper office, a new determination settled among them. They would return to the forest, better prepared this time to uncover the truth, no matter how elusive it might be. After the deflating visit to the newspaper office, Alex, Mia, and Ben returned to their respective homes, each nursing a sense of disappointment and frustration. Alex slumped onto his sofa, feeling particularly disheartened. He switched on his Xbox, trying to distract himself with video games. But as he played, something strange began to happen. In the game, he couldn't shake the feeling that some of the characters bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure they had captured on camera in Thetford Forest. He tried to dismiss it as his imagination, fueled by the day's events, but the nagging thought persisted. Switching off the console in annoyance, Alex decided to watch a movie instead, hoping to clear his mind. However, the same eerie sensation followed him. Throughout the movie, he kept seeing figures that reminded him of the creature, fleeting shadows in the background that seemed to mirror the antlered silhouette. This was more than a coincidence. It felt like a message, an invitation. Suddenly, Alex felt an irresistible urge to return to the forest. It was as if a magnetic pull, inexplicable and unyielding, was drawing him there. Without a second thought, he grabbed his coat and headed out, leaving his front door wide open in his haste. The next day, Maya and Ben tried to contact Alex but received no response. Concerned, they drove to his house, only to find his car missing and the front door ajar. A quick search of the house revealed nothing. It was as if Alex had left in a hurry. After 3 anxious days with no word from Alex, they reported him missing to the police. The authorities initiated a search and soon found Alex's car parked at Thetford Forest. The doors open, but no sign of Alex. The vehicle looked abandoned, as if he had left in a hurry or been taken abruptly. The news of Alex's disappearance spread quickly, reigniting the mysterious aura surrounding Thetford Forest. As the police combed the area, Mia and Ben grappled with guilt and fear, wondering if their quest for fame had led their friend into peril. The forest, once a place of wonder and intrigue, now loomed as a sinister enigma, hiding secrets that perhaps were never meant to be uncovered. Mia, overwhelmed by the disappearance of her friend Alex, retreated into the confines of her flat. She sought solace in solitude, a bottle of wine her only companion, as she tried to drown the growing sense of dread. Soft, relaxing music played in the background, a stark contrast to the turmoil in her mind. As she sat there, lost in thought, a sudden movement outside her window caught her eye. For a brief second, she thought she saw antlers passing by. Her heart raced. It couldn't be. She was in the middle of the city. She shook her head, attributing it to the wine and her stressed state of mind. But then the music changed. The soothing melodies were replaced by sounds that chilled her to the bone, the clashing of antlers, as if two deer were locked in combat. Mia sat up, her eyes wide with confusion and fear. "What's going on?" she muttered to herself, feeling an eerie sense of being watched. The strange occurrences didn't stop there. Her lights flickered without reason, and the temperature in the room dropped suddenly, leaving her breath visible in the air. She heard whispers, indistinct yet unmistakably human, emanating from the corners of her flat. Each bizarre event further frayed her nerves, heightening her sense of unease. Then, just as it had with Alex, an irresistible urge overtook her, a compelling, powerful pull towards Thetford Forest. It was an inexplicable longing, a call that resonated with something deep within her. Resistance seemed futile. The desire to go to the forest consumed her every thought. In a trance-like state, Mia left her flat. She didn't bother to close the door or take her belongings. The need to go to the forest was all-encompassing, drowning out any sense of reason or fear. Mia's journey to Thetford Forest remained shrouded in mystery. Her friends and family searched for her. The police launched an extensive investigation, but no trace of her was ever found. Like Alex, she had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the enigmatic depths of the forest. Her disappearance added another layer to the growing legend of the forest and its mysterious creature. The once peaceful woodland now stood as a symbol of unexplained phenomena, a place where the boundary between myth and reality was perilously thin. The stories of those who were drawn to the forest and never returned continued to haunt the local community, a chilling reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows of Thetford Forest. Ben, the last of the trio, found himself grappling with the unsettling disappearances of his friends. He approached the police, desperate for answers, but their insights only deepened the mystery. According to the authorities, both Alex and Mia had left their homes as if in a trance, abandoning everything behind them. This detail echoed the stories of the creature they had been chasing, adding a chilling layer to the unfolding events. Determined to uncover the truth, Ben turned to the internet for research. Time and again, his searches led him to a single, haunting entity, the Wendigo. Traditionally, this creature was associated with the folklore of Algonquian-speaking peoples in North America, not England. The Wendigo was said to be a malevolent, cannibalistic spirit that could possess humans, especially those guilty of taboo activities like cannibalism. But why would a Wendigo be in Thetford Forest, thousands of miles from its cultural origins? Ben delved deeper into the myth and discovered a possible link. Centuries ago, during periods of colonization and exploration, cultural exchanges between different parts of the world were not uncommon. It was conceivable that settlers or explorers from North America brought the Wendigo myth to England, where it merged with local folklore, possibly explaining the creature resembling a man with a deer's head and antlers. The more Ben read, the more he realized the possible connection between their pursuit of the creature and the disappearances of Alex and Mia. According to legend, the Wendigo was not just a predator, but also a trickster, capable of luring its victims through mimicry and illusions. Perhaps by attempting to capture its image, they had unknowingly marked themselves as targets, drawing the Wendigo's attention. Fearful that he might be next, Ben took extreme measures. He remembered reading that Wendigos could influence the minds of their victims, compelling them to wander into the wilderness. To prevent himself from succumbing to a similar fate, Ben decided to tie himself to his bed each night. He hoped this physical restraint would prevent any unconscious, compelled journey towards the forest and the waiting Wendigo. Night after night, Ben lay in his bed, bound by ropes, his mind racing with fear and questions. The silence of his room was a stark contrast to the howling winds outside, a reminder of the unseen horrors that might be lurking in the darkness. As he drifted into a restless sleep, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Wendigo was out there somewhere, waiting for its next victim to surrender to its call. As night enveloped the world outside, Ben lay in his bed, his legs securely tied to the bedpost. The rope was his lifeline, a safeguard against the inexplicable pull towards Thetford Forest. He had hoped the bindings would grant him peace, but instead, a relentless, overwhelming urge gripped him. It was an instinctual, primal call, stronger than any he had ever experienced, driving him towards the forest. With a desperate intensity, Ben struggled against the cord, his rational mind losing ground to the compelling force. He reached the edge of his room, but the rope held him back. In a frenzy, he clawed at the floor, tears streaming down his face, his throat emitting involuntary howls. The struggle was futile. The rope was unyielding, his physical strength no match for the cord that anchored him to reality. Exhausted and defeated, Ben collapsed on the floor. His fingers were raw and bleeding from scratching at the wooden planks, his knees bruised and aching, but he was safe, at least for the moment. Then, as he lay there, panting and disoriented, he turned his gaze to the window. There, in the moonlight, stood the creature, its form silhouetted against the night sky. The antlers, the stature, the very essence of the entity they had sought was there, staring into his room. Its breath was heavy, reminiscent of a stag preparing for a fight, its head lowering as if in a pre-attack posture. The creature's eyes, dark and piercing, locked onto Ben's. Frozen with terror, Ben screamed. The sound seemed to break the spell, and in an instant, the creature vanished, as if it had never been there. Left in a state of shock, Ben huddled in the corner of his room, waiting for dawn, too afraid to move, too afraid to sleep. As morning light filtered through the curtains, Ben's fear gradually gave way to determination. He knew what he had to do. He would go to Thetford Forest in the daylight. Perhaps in the safety of the sun, he could uncover some answers, find some clue as to what had happened to his friends, and understand the nature of the creature that haunted them. With a plan in mind, Ben untied himself, treated his wounds, and prepared for the journey. He armed himself with a camera, a map, and a resolve to face the unknown. As he stepped out of his house, the morning sun casting long shadows on the ground, Ben knew he was walking into the heart of the mystery that had consumed their lives. Whether he would find answers or succumb to the same fate as his friends remained to be seen, but he was determined to confront whatever lay hidden in the depths of Thetford Forest, and stepped into the heart of Thetford Forest with a mixture of fear and resolve. The area was eerily quiet, the only sound being the crunch of leaves under his feet. He made his way to the site where they had captured the image of the creature, his eyes scanning the forest around him. "What do you want?" he shouted into the trees, his voice echoing through the stillness. He half expected no answer, but what happened next was beyond his wildest fears. A rustle in the underbrush caught his attention, and he turned to see a deer standing there, its eyes fixed on him. Another deer joined it, and then another, until a group of deer all stood in a semicircle around him, their gaze unblinking, unnaturally still. Ben's heart pounded in his chest. This was not normal behavior for deer. Something else was at play. Then, from behind the group of deer, a massive stag emerged. It was a magnificent creature with terrifyingly large antlers. It locked eyes with Ben and began to slam its hooves into the dirt, snorting loudly through its nostrils. Ben's instinct screamed for him to run, but he knew that if he turned his back, The stag, or whatever it was, would easily catch him. Frozen in place, Ben watched in horror as the stag began to change. It reared up on its hind legs, its form twisting and morphing. Before his eyes, the stag transformed into the creature they had been seeking, the man with the head of a deer and massive antlers. At that moment, a couple walking their dog in a distant part of the forest heard a blood-curdling scream. It was a sound so filled with terror and despair that it would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Ben was never seen again. His disappearance added another tragic chapter to the legend of Thetford Forest. The creature, the man-deer, became a tale whispered in hushed tones, a warning of the unexplainable and unknown dangers lurking in the shadows of the forest. The mystery of what truly happened to Ben, Alex and Mia remained unsolved, leaving a lingering sense of unease and fear among the locals. Thetford Forest, with its deep woods and ancient secrets, continued to be a place of both fascination and dread, a reminder that some mysteries are perhaps best left unexplored. In the aftermath of the disappearances in Thetford Forest, a heavy shroud of mystery and fear hung over the local community. The legend of the creature, now widely associated with the Wendigo, became a topic of hushed, anxious discussion. But why did this entity take the lives of those who sought its secrets? The answer lay deep within the ancient lore and the very nature of the Wendigo itself. The Wendigo, as understood in the original Algonquian folklore, was not just a creature of physical threat. It was a spiritual entity, a guardian of the natural world and its sacred mysteries. It was believed that the Wendigo protected certain places and knowledge that were not meant for human understanding or interference. These were secrets deeply intertwined with the fabric of the natural world, holding powers and truths beyond human comprehension. When Alex, Mia and Ben attempted to capture the image of the creature and unveil its mystery to the world, they unknowingly crossed a forbidden threshold. They pried into secrets that were guarded by the Wendigo, challenging the balance that the entity was bound to protect. The forest, a place of ancient magic and untold stories, was under the Wendigo's watch, and it had its own way of maintaining the sanctity of its hidden truths. The manifestation of the Wendigo in Thetford Forest, far from its cultural origins, suggested that such entities were not bound by geography, but by purpose. They were the protectors of the unseen and the unknown, existing wherever the balance between the natural world and its deepest secrets was threatened. The Wendigo's actions were not acts of malice, but of necessity, dictated by the ancient laws that governed it. By taking the lives of those who sought to expose its secrets, the Wendigo was not only protecting the sanctity of the unknown, but also serving as a warning to others. It was a reminder that some mysteries are intrinsic to the natural world, and that the pursuit of these forbidden truths could have dire consequences. In the end, the legend of the Wendigo in Thetford Forest became a tale of caution, a somber narrative about the boundaries between the known and the unknown, and the price of transgressing those boundaries. The forest remained a place of awe and mystery, a reminder of the enduring power and secrets of the natural world and the ancient guardians who protect them.
And if you're still looking to fulfill your thirst for more horror, don't forget to check out this next video, unless of course you're frozen with fear already.
Today, we dive into the eerie tale of the Shadow Walkers. Imagine a small, secluded town where the night brings more than just darkness. Here the residents are haunted by something far more sinister than nightmares. They suffer from terrifying involuntary out-of-body experiences. As night falls, they become prisoners in their own minds, forced to watch as shadowy figures take control of their bodies. These aren't just any shadows. They are spirits of a long-forgotten cult, hell-bent on completing a dark ritual through acts of horror, using the living as their puppets. Our protagonist, a victim of these horrifying experiences, joins forces with others who have been similarly afflicted. Together, they embark on a perilous journey to unravel the truth behind these shadow walkers and put a stop to these nightmarish episodes. But beware, they soon discover that some secrets in their town are so dark that there are those who would kill to keep them hidden. Stay with us as we uncover the mystery of the shadow walkers in this small, haunted town. In the quaint, seemingly peaceful town of Millfield, nestled between thick woods and rolling hills, an unsettling phenomenon was beginning to stir. The small community, known for its close-knit residents and picturesque landscapes, was now the centre of a chilling mystery that would draw the attention of two individuals, both fascinated and haunted by the world of the supernatural. Ellie and Alex, the main, in a dimly lit, cluttered study room filled with books and artifacts on paranormal phenomena. Ellie, a determined young woman with a keen interest in the occult, is the more pragmatic of the two. Alex, her childhood friend, is a tech-savvy, curious individual, always eager to delve into the unknown. They had been researching out-of-body experiences for months, driven by a personal tragedy, the sudden, unexplained death of Alex's cousin, who had claimed to have experienced such phenomena days before her demise. As they pore over articles and forums late into the night, they stumble upon a news report from Millfield. The report details two recent, disturbing accounts of out-of-body experiences. The first account is from an elderly man, Mr. Thompson, who describes waking up in the middle of the night, feeling an eerie presence, and then helplessly watching his own body rise and leave the house, controlled by a shadowy figure. The second account comes from a young woman, Sarah, who recalls a similar experience, feeling paralyzed as a dark entity took over her body and wandered the streets, performing strange, ritualistic actions. Ellie and Alex are immediately intrigued. The accounts from Millfield are eerily similar to what Alex's cousin had described. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, they decide to travel to Millfield to investigate these phenomena firsthand. They believe that understanding what's happening in this small town could shed light on the mysterious circumstances surrounding the death in their own family. Upon their arrival in Millfield, the sun casts a warm glow over the charming main street, but there's an undercurrent of tension that Ellie and Alex sense immediately. They begin their investigation by visiting Mr. Thompson, whose story had first caught their attention. His house, an old Victorian at the edge of town, exudes a sense of foreboding. Mr. Thompson, a gaunt figure with worry etched into his face, reluctantly shares his experience. His vivid description of the shadowy figure and the sensation of being trapped outside his own body sends shivers down their spines. Ellie and Alex. They realize that they are dealing with something far beyond their understanding, something that blurs the line between the physical world and the realm of spirits. As night falls over Millfield, they prepare to delve deeper into the town's secrets, unaware of the darkness that awaits them. As the darkness of the night enveloped the quiet town of Millfield, Ellie and Alex found themselves huddled over old dusty books in the local library. The library, with its creaky wooden floors and shelves lined with aged tomes, seemed almost frozen in time, an ideal place for unearthing forgotten secrets. They began their research by delving into the town's history, searching for any clues that could explain the shadowy figures haunting the residents' out-of-body experiences. As they pored over local legends and historical records, they stumbled upon a forgotten tale that sent chills down their spines. The story was about a cult known as the Shadow Walkers, which was rumoured to have existed in Millfield over a century ago. This cult, shrouded in mystery and fear, was said to worship an ancient deity that existed in the astral plane. The deity, known as Moros in the old texts, was depicted as a shadowy, ethereal figure that could traverse the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds. According to the legend, the cultists performed dark rituals to summon Moros, seeking to gain power and knowledge beyond the mortal realm. However, their tampering with the astral plane had dire consequences. The rituals began to tear the veil between worlds, allowing Moros to exert its influence over the living. The cultists, blinded by their quest for power, became vessels for Moros, carrying out its will in the physical world. As Ellie and Alex dug deeper, they discovered that the cult's activities culminated in a mysterious event that led to the disappearance of several townsfolk. The event was described in hushed tones and veiled language in the historical records, as if the authors were too frightened to recount it fully. Intrigued and alarmed by these revelations, Ellie and Alex theorized that the recent out-of-body experiences in Millfield might be connected to the resurgence of this ancient entity. They speculated that Moros, or whatever force the cult had awakened, was once again reaching out from the astral plane, seeking to use the living as pawns in some unfathomable scheme. As they continued their research, the library's lights flickered ominously, casting long, sinister shadows across the walls. The atmosphere was heavy with a sense of foreboding, as if the very essence of Moros was seeping into the room. Ellie and Alex feel a growing urgency to understand the connection between the cult's history and the current events plaguing Millfield before it was too late. With each revelation, the line between myth and reality blurred, drawing them deeper into a nightmare that spanned centuries. Ellie and Alex's search for answers led them next to Sarah, the young woman who had reported her own harrowing out-of-body experience. The atmosphere in Millfield had grown increasingly tense, with whispers of the shadowy figure spreading fear throughout the small town. As they approached Sarah's modest home near the outskirts of Millfield, the air felt thick with unease. Sarah, a petite woman with a guarded demeanor, initially seemed reluctant to speak, but as Ellie and Alex shared their reasons for investigating, her defenses slowly lowered. She invited them in, her living room modest and cozy, a stark contrast to the chilling tale she was about to recount. She began by describing the night of her experience. It was a night much like any other, until she awoke abruptly, sensing a presence in her room. Paralyzed, she could only watch in horror as a shadowy figure materialized at the foot of her bed. The figure was tall and humanoid, but composed entirely of darkness, its edges seeming to flicker and waver like smoke. Sarah's voice trembled as she recounted the sheer terror she felt, an icy chill enveloping her as the figure loomed closer. The most terrifying part, she explained, was when she felt herself being lifted from her body. She described the sensation as being pulled from her skin, looking down to see her physical form still lying in bed as she floated helplessly above. The shadow figure then seemed to merge with her body, controlling it like a puppet. She recalled watching her own body rise and walk out of the house, guided by the dark entity. Sarah's out-of-body self followed, drawn by an invisible tether to her physical form. She described wandering through the streets of Millfield, her body performing strange gestures and symbols at various locations around town under the Shadow's command. The experience was surreal, as if she was trapped in a nightmare she couldn't wake from. The climax of her tale came when she described returning to her body. The shadow figure released her with a jolt, and she snapped back into her physical form, gasping for air. The entity dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, leaving her shaken and disoriented in the middle of the street, with the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon. Ellie and Alex listened intently, the gravity of Sarah's story sinking in. It was clear that this was no ordinary phenomenon. The shadow figure was not just a figment of imagination. It was something much more sinister, with a purpose that was yet to be uncovered. As they left Sarah's home, the pieces of the puzzle began to form a clearer, yet increasingly ominous picture. Ellie and Alex, deep in thought, head back to their temporary base in Millfield. They knew they were only scratching the surface of something much darker and more dangerous than they had initially imagined. The mystery of the Shadow Walkers was deepening, and they were determined to uncover the truth. Ellie and Alex, after their unsettling conversation with Sarah, felt an oppressive air settle over them. That night, as they stayed in a small local inn, their research into the shadowy figure and the town's dark past weighing heavily on their minds, they both experienced a shocking and surreal event. Ellie was the first to slip into an out-of-body state. As she lay in bed, a strange sensation washed over her, like a gentle wave, pulling her consciousness away from her body. Hovering above, she saw herself sleeping peacefully. Panic set in, but before she could react, a dark, wispy figure emerged from the corner of the room. It reached out with smoky tendrils, beckoning her to follow. Despite her fear, Ellie found herself compelled to follow this enigmatic figure. Simultaneously, Alex underwent a similar experience. His astral form was drawn out by the same shadowy presence. As he floated above his body, he saw the figure, leading Ellie away, and instinctively followed, driven by a mix of fear and the need to protect his friend. The shadowy figure led them through the dimly lit streets of Millfield, moving with an eerie, fluid grace. The town, bathed in moonlight, appeared distorted and surreal from this ethereal perspective. The figure stopped in front of an abandoned church at the edge of town, its presence growing more menacing. It began to perform a series of chilling, ritualistic motions, and Ellie and Alex felt a cold, binding sensation around their ethereal forms, as if the figure was trying to tether them to this spot, trapping them. In a desperate bid for freedom, Ellie recalled a protective mantra she had read about in one of her books. She focused her thoughts, repeating the mantra in her mind. To her relief, the binding sensation began to loosen. Alex, seeing the change in Ellie, followed her lead, focusing his thoughts on breaking free. The shadowy figure's grip weakened, and they hastily retreated, racing back to the inn. They awoke simultaneously, gasping for air, their hearts pounding. The relief of being back in their bodies was palpable. They immediately shared their experiences, finding solace in the fact that they were not alone in what they had witnessed. The shadowy figure, its intentions still a mystery, had become a tangible threat. Later that day, as they continued their investigation, they noticed eerie occurrences. In reflections in mirrors and windows, they caught glimpses of the shadowy figure lurking just out of sight. The television in their room flickered inexplicably, brief images of dark-robed figures flashing across the screen before disappearing. These haunting visions only strengthened their resolve to uncover the truth behind the shadowy figure and the out-of-body experiences plaguing Millfield. Little did they know, their journey into the unknown had only just begun, and the true nature of the darkness they faced was far more sinister than they could have imagined. The morning after their harrowing out-of-body experiences, Ellie and Alex found Millfield transformed. The sun shone bleakly over deserted streets, casting long, eerie shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. The once bustling town was now eerily silent, devoid of its inhabitants. As they walked through the ghostly town, a chilling sense of unease gripped them. Every so often, out of the corner of their eyes, they caught fleeting glimpses of the shadowy figure. It appeared in the reflections of windows, darting away as soon as they turned to look. The air was thick with an unspoken dread, a sense that something was profoundly wrong. Drawn as if by an unseen force, they made their way to the old church where their astral selves had been led the night before. The church, a Gothic structure with towering spires and stained glass windows, now seemed like a monolith of ancient and malevolent power. Its doors stood ajar, inviting them into the darkness within. Stepping inside, they were met with a sight that chilled them to the bone. The townsfolk, all of them, were there, but not as they should be. Their forms were ethereal, ghostly, bound to various points of the church in spectral chains. Their faces were contorted in silent screams, their eyes pleading for release. As they absorbed the horrific scene, Alex turned to Ellie, only to realize with a heart-stopping jolt that she too appeared ethereal, her form flickering like a faulty projection. He looked down at his own hands, seeing them as translucent and shimmering. The realization hit them both like a thunderbolt. They had never truly escaped. The shadowy figure had tricked them, luring them into believing they had returned to their bodies. At that moment, the shadowy figure emerged from the shadows of the altar, its form more defined now, almost solid. It was the culmination of the ritual, the binding of the entire town's souls, including Ellie and Alex's, to this unholy place. The figure's triumph was palpable as it stepped through an unseen portal, crossing over to the physical world, leaving behind the trapped souls. Ellie and Alex tried to move, to scream, but found themselves bound by the same spectral chains that held the townsfolk. Their voices joined the chorus of anguished cries echoing through the church. As the figure disappeared, a chilling silence fell over the town of Millfield. Outside, the world continued on, oblivious to the small town, now trapped in a limbo between worlds. Inside the church, Ellie and Alex faced an eternity in their ethereal prison, witnesses to the aftermath of a ritual they could not stop, in a town forever lost to the shadows.
And if you're still looking to fulfill your thirst for more horror, don't forget to check out this next video, unless of course you're frozen with fear already.
In the heart of Eldridge Hollow lies a tale so chilling it will haunt your very soul. Welcome to the Shadows, where tonight we delve into the terrifying legend of Abigail Thornwood. A seance gone horribly wrong awakens a vengeful witch, trapped between worlds for centuries. Witness the transformation of Emma, once a friend, now a vessel for evil, and Tyler, marked forever by the witch's touch. Experience a night of unspeakable terror as Abigail unleashes her fury upon the unsuspecting descendants of those who wronged her. From sinister seductions to a destructive final act, this story is a harrowing journey of vengeance and the supernatural. Dare to uncover the truth behind the witch's curse and the eternal torment of souls. Are you brave enough to face the horrors of Eldridge Hollow? The night air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the faint whisper of an impending lunar eclipse. In the small, isolated town of Eldridge Hollow, a group of teenagers gathered around a flickering campfire in the woods. The firelight danced across their eager faces, casting long, ominous shadows on the ground. "Did you guys hear about the abandoned church on the outskirts of town?" asked Tyler, the adventurous one of the group, his eyes glinting with curiosity. He tossed a stick into the fire, watching the embers spark and fly. "Yeah, it's been empty for ages," replied Emma, a history buff with an affinity for the town's dark past. "They say it's haunted by the spirit of a witch executed there centuries ago." The others, Mia and Alex, exchanged a glance. Mia, a skeptic, raised an eyebrow. "Haunted? Come on, that's just an old tale to scare kids." Alex, a tech geek and paranormal enthusiast, chimed in. "What if it's true? What if we could actually contact her?" "That's insane," scoffed Mia, but her voice held a hint of intrigue. Tyler leaned forward, the fire reflecting in his eyes. "What if we do a séance tonight, during the lunar eclipse? It's the perfect time. They say the veil between worlds is thinnest then." The idea hung in the air, a mixture of excitement and apprehension swirling around the group. "Why the church, though?" Emma asked, her voice tinged with caution. "Because," Tyler said slowly, "if the stories are true, that's where the witch's spirit would be strongest. It's where she was executed after all." The group fell silent, considering the gravity of the suggestion. The idea of venturing into the unknown, of flirting with the supernatural, was both terrifying and exhilarating. "All right," Emma finally said, breaking the silence. "Let's do it, but we need to be careful." Equipped with flashlights and a makeshift Ouija board, the teenagers made their way through the dark, winding paths of the woods, heading towards the abandoned church. The building loomed ominously against the night sky, its dilapidated spire casting a long, foreboding shadow. As they stepped inside the church, the air grew colder, and an eerie silence enveloped them. The once hallowed ground now felt desecrated, the remnants of the past lingering like a bad memory. They set up the Ouija board at the altar, the moonlight streaming through the broken stained glass windows, bathing the interior in a ghostly glow. As they joined hands around the board, the weight of their decision settled upon them. "Is anyone there?" Tyler whispered, his voice barely audible. The planchette remained still, and for a moment it seemed as though nothing would happen. But then, slowly it began to move. Under the ghostly luminescence of the lunar eclipse, the abandoned church was a cavern of shadows and whispers. The teenagers, their hands clasped tightly around the Ouija board, held their breath as the planchette began to glide across the board with a life of its own. "M-I-S-E-R-Y," spelled out the planchette under the guidance of an unseen force. Mia's face paled. "Misery," she echoed, her voice trembling. The air inside the church had grown thick, charged with a palpable sense of dread. A cold draft swept through the broken windows, extinguishing their candles in one swift breath, plunging them into darkness. From the shadows, a low, haunting laugh echoed, sending chills down their spines. Tyler fumbled for his flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, revealing nothing but the decrepit walls of the church. Suddenly, Emma, who had been unusually quiet, began to convulse, her eyes rolling back into her head. The others watched in horror as she slumped forward, her body eerily still. Then, in a voice that was not her own, deep and laced with malice, she spoke. "You dare to summon me, children. You know not what you have awoken." "Emma, are you okay?" Alex stammered, his voice laced with fear, but the entity controlling Emma sneered. "She is merely a vessel for me now. I am the witch you so foolishly sought, and for your arrogance, I will ensure you all suffer as I have suffered." The temperature in the room plummeted, their breaths visible in the icy air. Shadows seemed to twist and contort around them, forming grotesque shapes. Mia, panic-stricken, reached out to break the circle, grabbing the Ouija board and throwing it across the room. "We need to leave, now." They hastily gathered their belongings, dragging the still entranced Emma with them. As they fled the church, the witch's laughter followed them, a sinister echo fading into the night. Once outside, under the safety of the moonlight, Emma collapsed, gasping for air. Her eyes, once again her own, were filled with confusion and fear. Did it work? What happened?" she stammered, looking around at her friends' terrified faces. Tyler, his voice shaky, replied, "Something happened, but not what we expected. We need to get out of here." They hurried back through the woods, the eerie feeling of being watched never leaving them. As they reached their homes, a sense of relief washed over them, believing the nightmare to be over. But for Emma, something lingered within. As she lay in bed that night, trying to convince herself it was all just a game gone wrong, a whisper in her mind echoed, "You are never alone now." In the depths of the night, a shadow moved across her room, and a cold, sinister laugh filled the air. Emma's heart raced as she realized the witch's spirit had not been left behind in the church. It had come home with her. Ah, my dear nocturnal scholars of the macabre. It's time for a quick scare break. As we linger in these shadowy realms, a small favour I dare to ask. If my tales of terror bring you thrills, do not let our journey end here. Hit like, subscribe, and join our dark congregation. Now shall we delve deeper into the abyss. Let's embrace the darkness once more. Let's get back to the shadows. Days turned into weeks since the ominous séance at the abandoned church, but for Emma and her friends, life in Eldridge Hollow had irrevocably changed. The once cheerful and compassionate Emma had transformed into someone they barely recognized. Her demeanor was now sharp and callous, a stark contrast to her former self. Emma took a twisted pleasure in the misfortunes of others. A once kind-hearted soul, she now reveled in their discomfort and pain. Her laughter, once melodic and warm, had turned cold and mocking. Her words were laced with venom, cutting through the hearts of those who knew her. Her friends noticed the drastic change with growing concern. Tyler, Emma's childhood friend, recalled her comforting presence and how it had been replaced with an intimidating aura. "She's not the Emma we knew," he confided in Alex and Mia, his voice heavy with worry. Mia, who had always been skeptical, now harbored a deep unease. "It's like she enjoys seeing people suffer. That's not normal." In town, Emma's newfound cruelty was on full display. She berated shop workers over trivial matters, her scathing remarks leaving them in shock and distress. To Emma, these people were nothing more than insects, unworthy of her time or patience. Her once close-knit circle of friends attempted to intervene, hoping to break through to the Emma they once knew. They confronted her, their expressions a mix of concern and fear. "Emma, this isn't you. You've changed," Tyler said gently, reaching out to her. But Emma recoiled from his touch, her eyes flashing with contempt. "Changed? No. I've simply awakened to the truth. You are all beneath me, mere insects crawling in the dirt. You're not worthy of my time." Her words cut through them like knives, each syllable dripping with disdain. The friends exchanged worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Emma was no longer the person they grew up with. She was something else entirely, something dark and malevolent. As Emma stormed off, leaving her friends in stunned silence, A sinister smile played on her lips. She felt powerful, untouchable. But beneath the surface, a part of the old Emma screamed in horror, trapped and helpless against the witch's influence that now dominated her soul. The witch's spirit had not just followed Emma, it had claimed her, and the battle for her soul was just beginning. The sun was setting when Tyler received the unexpected call from Emma. Her voice, soft and apologetic, was a stark contrast to the harshness of the past weeks. "Tyler, can you come over? I want to apologize. In person." "Just you," she pleaded. Tyler, his heart heavy with a mix of hope and apprehension, agreed. He arrived at Emma's house as dusk painted the sky in hues of orange and purple. The door opened before he could knock, revealing Emma in a strangely inviting demeanor. "Thank you for coming," she whispered, leading him inside. The house felt different, charged with an unsettling energy. Emma's eyes held a predatory glint as she gazed at Tyler, her intentions clear. She moved closer, her touch sending shivers down his spine. Tyler, caught between concern and a growing unease, tried to speak, but Emma silenced him with a finger to his lips. "You will come when I call you, boy. You are mine now," she murmured, her voice laced with an authority that wasn't entirely her own. Tyler felt an inexplicable pull, a force beyond his control, drawing him deeper into her embrace. The next day, Tyler's friends noticed the bruises and scratches on his skin. Concern etched on their faces. They bombarded him with questions, but Tyler remained tight-lipped, a haunted look in his eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the witch, still tethered to the ethereal plane, was using Emma as her vessel. She could not fully cross over to their world, her spirit fragmented by centuries of unrest. But through Emma, she found a way to exert her influence. Her plan was sinister, yet simple. To fully materialize in the physical world, she needed to anchor herself to a living soul, and Tyler was her chosen conduit. Emma, her once innocent host, was now a pawn in her dark game, a vessel through which she could manipulate and control. As the witch grew stronger, her hold on Emma tightened, her essence seeping into every fiber of her being. Emma, trapped within her own mind, was a prisoner to the witch's will, unable to fight against the overwhelming darkness. The witch's laughter echoed in the void between worlds, her plan inching closer to fruition. Tyler and Emma, entwined in her malevolent scheme, were the key to her ultimate liberation, a liberation that would unleash her fury upon the world. The history of the witch, now entwined with Emma's fate, was a tale steeped in tragedy and revenge. Centuries ago, in the early days of Eldridge Hollow, there lived a woman named Abigail Thornwood. She was known for her vast knowledge of herbal remedies and natural healing, a gift that drew both admiration and suspicion from the townsfolk. As a healer, Abigail was compassionate and kind, aiding those in need regardless of their status. However, her abilities and independence sparked fear among the more superstitious villagers. Whispers of witchcraft began to circulate, fueled by envy and ignorance. The situation escalated when a mysterious illness swept through the town. Desperate and frightened, the people turned against Abigail, accusing her of cursing them. Despite her pleas of innocence and lack of evidence, she was deemed a witch and sentenced to death. Abigail was executed on the grounds of the very church where the teenagers held their seance. With her dying breath, she cursed those who wronged her, vowing to return and exact her revenge. Her body was buried in an unmarked grave, her story becoming nothing more than a dark legend in Eldridge Hollow. But Abigail's spirit could not rest. Fueled by anger and a desire for vengeance, she lingered in the shadows of the ethereal plane, waiting for a chance to cross over. The lunar eclipse and seance provided her with the perfect opportunity. As the witch controlling Emma, Abigail sought to complete what she couldn't in life. She wanted to make the descendants of those who had wronged her pay, to bring misery and despair as she had suffered. Her wrath was not just aimed at the town, but at the world that had allowed such injustice. Through Emma, Abigail found a voice and a means to enact her plan. She saw in Emma the same strength and independence she once possessed, making her the perfect vessel for her return. By binding herself to Tyler, she could anchor her spirit to the physical world, breaking the barriers between the living and the dead. The witch's desire for retribution had festered over centuries, growing into an insatiable thirst for revenge. Her pain and anger were now a malevolent force, threatening to unleash chaos upon Eldridge Hollow and beyond. In this twisted game of vengeance, Emma and Tyler were the pawns, and the stakes were higher than they could ever imagine. The witch's history was a grim reminder of the dangers of fear and misunderstanding, and her return was a dark testament to the enduring power of hatred. Tyler stood in Emma's home, his body a canvas of bruises and scratches, souvenirs of their intense, almost frenzied encounters. Emma, or rather, the entity that had overtaken her, seemed to transform with each passing moment, her eyes gleaming with a dark, unworldly fire. Under the witch's compelling influence, they found themselves drawn back to the abandoned church, the site of Abigail Thornwood's execution and the epicenter of her vengeful spirit. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the dated structure. As they entered the church, the air crackled with a palpable energy. The witch, through Emma, began to chant in an ancient, forgotten language, her voice resonating with a power that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. Tyler, trapped in a trance-like state, could only watch as the ritual unfolded. The witch's spirit swirled around them, a whirlwind of shadows and whispers. Her presence was overwhelming, a force of pure malevolence and vengeance. The walls of the church seemed to pulse with her energy, the stained glass windows shattering as her power grew. Emma's body contorted, her movements unnatural and jerky, as the witch's spirit fought to fully manifest in the physical realm. Tyler, caught in the eye of this supernatural storm, felt the witch's energy coursing through him, binding him to her will. He was powerless to resist, his own spirit diminishing under her formidable presence. As the ritual reached its climax, the air itself seemed to tear, the barrier between worlds thinning. Abigail's spirit, full of rage and hatred, surged forth, her ethereal form becoming more solid with each passing second. Emma's body, once a vessel, now became a conduit for the witch's full resurrection. Her eyes, once full of life and warmth, now glowed with a sinister light, the light of a soul consumed by centuries of anger. Tyler, his will completely overpowered, watched in horror as the witch's transformation completed. Abigail Thornwood stood before him, no longer just a vengeful spirit, but a corporeal being, fueled by vengeance and hate. The church, now a ruin of its former self, echoed with the witch's triumphant laughter. She reveled in her newfound power, her gaze cold and merciless. Emma and Tyler, once vibrant individuals, were now mere shells, their essences devoured by the witch's overwhelming need for retribution. Abigail Thornwood, the witch of Eldridge Hollow, had returned, more powerful and malevolent than ever. Her vengeance knew no bounds, and her wrath was set to descend upon the unsuspecting town. The power she wielded was a dark testament to her enduring hatred, a force that would leave nothing but despair and destruction in its wake. In the heart of the ruined church, under the spectral glow of the moon, Abigail Thornwood, now fully manifested, prepared for her most malevolent act yet. With newfound power coursing through her, she set up her own seance, a dark mirror to the one that had freed her. Her intention was twisted yet poignant, to summon the spirits of those who had wronged her centuries ago. She wanted them to bear witness to the havoc she would wreak upon their descendants, to feel the helplessness and despair she had endured. As she began the incantation, the air grew heavy, the shadows in the church deepening. One by one, ethereal forms began to materialize around her. The spirits of the long-dead townsfolk, those who had accused and condemned her, appeared, their faces etched with confusion and fear. Abigail reveled in their horror. "You who cast me to my death shall now see the consequences of your actions," she hissed, her voice echoing through the hollow church. The spirits, bound to her will, could only watch as she invoked another spell, this time to identify the living descendants of those who had wronged her. As names and faces appeared in her mind's eye, a sinister plan took shape. Before, as a disembodied spirit, Abigail's powers were limited. She could influence and manipulate, but her ability to interact with the physical world was restricted. Her incomplete state prevented her from enacting the full scope of her vengeance. But now, embodied once again, she possessed the capacity to affect both the spiritual and physical realms. She turned her attention to the helpless spirits. "You shall be my silent audience," she declared. "Witnesses to the retribution I will bring upon your bloodlines. Your descendants will suffer as I did, and you will be powerless to stop me." The spirits, bound by her powerful magic, could do nothing but watch in horror as Abigail set her sights on the town of Eldridge Hollow. Her wrath was no longer just of a threat. It was a promise of destruction and pain. As she left the church, the spirits of the past lingering behind, the witch's laughter filled the night. Eldridge Hollow, unaware of the storm about to descend upon it, lay in peaceful ignorance, its residents oblivious to the nightmare that awaited them. Abigail Thornwood, once a healer and now a harbinger of vengeance, stepped into the shadows, her heart set on unleashing centuries of pent-up fury. The night, once a cover for rest and dreams, now heralded a terror that would be remembered for generations to come. The moon hung high over Eldridge Hollow as Abigail Thornwood, now a vessel of vengeance, began her night of terror. Her every step was a harbinger of doom, her laughter a chilling prelude to the horrors she would unleash. One by one, she visited the homes of those descended from the townsfolk who had condemned her centuries ago. Each act of retribution was more cruel and merciless than the last. She reveled in their fear and confusion, drawing strength from their despair. The powerless spirits of her accusers watched in horror, unable to intervene as their descendants faced the witch's wrath. In one house, she delighted in the terror of a family as they cowered before her, their pleas for mercy fueling her malevolent joy. In another, she laughed maniacally as she turned the happiness of a celebratory gathering into a nightmare of chaos and fear. As the night wore on, the town descended into panic. Eldridge Hollow, once a quiet and peaceful place, became a landscape of fear and despair. The witch, once a healer, now took pleasure in pain and suffering, her heart seemingly void of any remnants of the compassionate woman she once was. However, as dawn approached, her path of destruction led her to a house at the edge of town. There, she found a young woman, an outcast much like herself, known for her strange ways and healing abilities. The townspeople regarded her with suspicion and wariness, yet she continued to help them, driven by a sense of duty and kindness. Abigail paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her malevolent facade. She watched as the young healer tended to a sick child, her hands gentle and her voice soothing. Something within Abigail stirred, a distant echo of the person she once was. The sight of this young woman, so similar to her former self, ignited a battle within the witch. Her vengeful, hate-filled side clashed with the emerging memories of empathy and compassion she once held dear. Abigail's form wavered, her once solid figure flickering as the two sides of her spirit fought for dominance. The healer looked up, her eyes meeting the witch's, and in that moment, a silent understanding passed between them. The night of terror, which had seemed unending, now stood still. Abigail, caught in the turmoil of her own soul, faced a choice. Could the remnants of her former self, buried under centuries of anger and pain, find the strength to overcome the darkness that had consumed her? In the eyes of the young healer, a descendant of her own bloodline, Abigail saw a reflection of who she could have been, a reminder of the life that was stolen from her. The choice she made now would not only seal her fate, but also the fate of Eldridge Hollow. Would the dawn bring an end to the nightmare, or would the witch's reign of terror continue unabated? The answer lay within the depths of Abigail Thornwood's tormented soul. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Abigail Thornwood, her spirit torn between vengeance and a flicker of her former self, made her way back to the ruins of the abandoned church. The decision she faced at the healer's home had ignited a tumultuous storm within her soul. Standing amidst the decayed pews and shattered stained glass, Abigail raised her hands, her powers surging around her in a maelstrom of dark energy. The air crackled with the intensity of her emotions, a physical manifestation of her inner turmoil. With a final, resolute cry, she unleashed her powers in a cataclysmic explosion of energy. The church, the site of her execution and the origin of her curse, began to crumble. Stones and wood groaned and splintered as the building appeared to be consumed by an unseen force, collapsing inward as if being dragged down into the very depths of the earth. Abigail, at the epicenter of this destruction, stood firm, her eyes reflecting the chaos around her. As the church imploded, it created a vortex, a gateway that seemed to lead to an abyss. The witch, along with the remnants of the church, was pulled into this void, a final act of self-destruction that would ensure her spirit would never again walk the earth. However, in a cruel twist of fate, Abigail's last act was not only to condemn herself, but to also trap the spirits of those who had wronged her centuries ago. With her remaining energy, she bound them to the mortal plane, denying them the peace of the afterlife. These spirits, once the accusers and executioners of Abigail Thornwood, were now condemned to roam the earth in eternal anguish. They were left to witness the aftermath of their actions, forever reminded of the injustice they had inflicted upon an innocent soul. As the sun rose over Eldridge Hollow, the town awoke to find the church gone, as if it had never existed. In its place was an empty chasm, a dark scar on the landscape that served as a grim reminder of the night's horrors. The witch was gone, but the legacy of her pain and anger lingered. The spirits of the past, now bound to the site of their greatest sin, became a haunting testament to the consequences of fear and misunderstanding. The town slowly began to heal from the night of terror, but the memory of Abigail Thornwood and the spirits trapped in eternal torment served as a cautionary tale, a warning that some injustices can reverberate through time, leaving scars that may never fully heal.
And if you're still looking to fulfill your thirst for more horror, don't forget to check out this next video, unless of course you're frozen with fear already.
In the shadows of a fractured life, where sorrow breeds in the heart of a young girl, Emily, a chilling tale unfolds. After her parents split, she moves to an old house, shrouded in mystery, a haven for a dark entity. School becomes a battleground, bullies her tormentors, but at home, in the eerie silence, she finds an unexpected companion, the entity, thriving on her fear and sorrow. As Emily's world spirals into darkness, the line between victim and predator blurs. Her pain feeds the entity, their bond growing stronger, more sinister. Lost in the grip of an unrelenting darkness, Emily faces a harrowing choice: to break free or be consumed entirely. This is a tale of fear, sorrow, and the unseen shadows that linger in our lives. Welcome to the haunting story of Emily and the Darkness. Emily watched through the car window as the familiar sights of her old neighborhood faded into the distance. Her mother, Sarah, drove in silence, the tension in the car almost palpable. The only sound was the rhythmic wiper blades, sweeping away the persistent drizzle that seemed to mourn their departure. They pulled up in front of a Victorian-era house that stood at the end of a cobblestone street. It was imposing, with its aged, darkened brickwork and towering gables. The for sale sign in the yard swayed slightly in the breeze, as if waving goodbye to its previous occupants. "Here we are, Emily, our new home," Sarah announced, attempting a cheerful tone. The house, while majestic, had an air of neglect. Vines crept up its sides, and the once vibrant garden was now overgrown. Emily hesitated, feeling a strange unease as she stepped inside. The house was spacious, with high ceilings and large windows, but it was shrouded in shadows, giving it a gloomy atmosphere. The following day at school, Emily's apprehension grew. She felt like an outsider in the bustling hallways of Westfield High. Whispers and pointing fingers followed her as she navigated through the crowd. In her first class, a group of girls snickered as she walked in, their eyes scrutinizing her thrift store clothes and unkempt hair. "Looks like we have a charity case," one of them whispered loudly enough for Emily to hear, setting off a round of muffled giggles. Emily's cheeks burned with humiliation, but she kept her head down, trying to ignore them. Lunchtime was no better. Emily sat alone, picking at her food, while the same group of girls sat nearby, casting occasional glances her way and whispering among themselves. She felt their eyes on her, judgmental and cruel. That night, as Emily tried to find comfort in her new room, the house's eerie quietude was unsettling. The creaks and groans of the old structure sounded like hushed conversations in a language she couldn't understand. She tossed and turned, her mind replaying the day's events. The laughter of her classmates echoed in her ears, blending with the strange sounds of the house. Around midnight, Emily was jolted awake by a loud thump from somewhere above her. She sat up, heart racing, listening intently. It was followed by a series of soft scratches, like nails on wood. Her imagination conjured images of unseen creatures lurking in the dark corners of the house. She lay back down, pulling the covers up to her chin, trying to convince herself it was just the house settling. But as she drifted back to sleep, a chilling thought crept into her mind. What if the house wasn't just settling? What if it was trying to communicate something to her? Sleep eventually came, but it was restless, filled with dreams of shadowy figures and whispered threats. Emily woke the next morning, feeling more exhausted than when she had gone to bed, a sense of foreboding lingering in her mind. Ah, my dear nocturnal scholars of the macabre. It's time for a quick scare break. As we linger in these shadowy realms, a small favour I dare to ask. If my tales of terror bring you thrills, do not let our journey end here. Hit like, subscribe, and join our dark congregation. Now shall we delve deeper into the abyss. Let's embrace the darkness once more. Let's get back to the shadows. The morning sun filtered weakly through the curtains of Emily's room, casting long shadows across the floor. She sat at the edge of her bed, her thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and sadness. She felt lost in this new, alien world, both at home and at school. At breakfast, Emily's mother noticed her downcast eyes and the way she listlessly pushed her cereal around the bowl. "What's on your mind, Em?" Sarah asked gently, sitting across from her. Emily sighed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Why is life so hard, Mum? I try to say the right things, make the right choices, but everything just seems to go wrong." Sarah reached across the table, taking her daughter's hands in hers. "Life is a journey, Emily. You're at a point where your body and your brain are changing. You're transitioning from a child to an adult, and it's not an easy process." Emily looked up, her eyes filled with questions. "Your brain is literally being rebuilt. Think of it like a construction site," Sarah continued. "A part of your brain is having a tough time with impulse control and decision-making. It's normal to feel overwhelmed and make mistakes during this phase. But it feels like I'm just messing everything up," Emily murmured. Sarah smiled reassuringly. "It's a phase, sweetie. It will get better. You're growing, learning. These struggles are part of becoming who you're meant to be." Feeling a bit more comforted, Emily headed to school, clutching her mother's words like a lifeline. However, the day quickly soured. In the hallway, a girl from the group that had been tormenting her approached with a malicious grin. Before Emily could react, her backpack was snatched away, and a stinging slap landed across her face. Tears welled in her eyes as laughter echoed around her. Humiliated and in pain, Emily returned home that afternoon, feeling more alone than ever. She retreated to her room, lying on her bed as the evening light faded to darkness. As she lay there, the house began its nightly chorus of creaks and groans. But tonight, there was something different. Amidst the familiar sounds, Emily heard a faint voice, a sinister whisper that seemed to come from the very walls of the room. "I like the taste of your sorrow," it murmured, the words slithering through the darkness like a snake. Emily's heart pounded in her chest. She sat up, looking around her dimly lit room, but saw nothing. The voice was gone as quickly as it had appeared, leaving her to wonder if she had imagined it. But the seed of fear had been planted. As she lay back down, her mind raced with questions. What was that voice? Where did it come from? And most importantly, what did it want with her? The days that followed were a blur of torment for Emily. The girls at school, emboldened by their unchecked cruelty, made her life unbearable. Each day was a gauntlet of insults, pranks, and physical intimidation. Emily felt trapped in a never-ending nightmare, both at school and in the solitude of her home. One night, as Emily lay in bed, her thoughts a whirlpool of despair, she felt an inexplicable weight pressed down on her legs. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked up to see a dark, cloaked figure at the foot of her bed. Its form was indistinct, as if made of shadows, but its presence was oppressively real. "I like your sorrow. It tastes so sweet," the figure whispered, in a voice that was both enticing and terrifying. "Who are you?" Emily screamed, terror constricting her throat. At her scream, the bedroom door flew open, and Sarah rushed in, flicking on the light. The figure vanished like smoke, leaving Emily alone with her frightened mother. "Emily, what's wrong?" Sarah asked, her voice laced with concern as she sat beside her on the bed. "I saw something. A figure." Emily's voice trembled as she tried to explain. Sarah hugged her tightly. "It's okay. You're safe now. Remember, your body and mind are going through so many changes. Your hormones are fluctuating, and it's causing spikes in cortisol levels. This stress hormone can cloud your judgment and make everything feel more intense and frightening." Emily nodded, but the fear in her heart didn't subside. She felt something sinister lurking in the shadows of her room, waiting for the lights to go out. The next day was a haze. Emily moved through her school routine mechanically, her mind haunted by the image of the shadowy figure. That night, as she lay in bed, the darkness seemed to thicken and the air grew cold. The entity appeared again, more distinct this time. It hovered over her, its form a swirling mass of darkness. "Your fear feeds me, Emily. Your sorrow makes me strong," it hissed, its voice a chilling melody that played on her deepest fears. Emily lay frozen, terror gripping her like a vice. The entity seemed to grow larger, feeding off her fear and sorrow. Its presence filled the room, suffocating and all-encompassing. She wanted to scream, to call out for her mother, but fear had stolen her voice. Tears streamed down her face as she realized she was facing something beyond her understanding, something that thrived on her misery. The entity's whispers continued, a litany of dark promises and sinister comforts. Emily felt the weight of its gaze, cold and unyielding. She knew then that this was no figment of her imagination. This was real, and it was feeding on her darkest emotions. As the night wore on, the entity's presence lingered, a dark guardian watching over her. Emily lay there, too scared to sleep, too terrified to move, wondering how she could ever escape the grasp of this malevolent shadow. The day had been particularly brutal for Emily. The relentless bullying at school had escalated, leaving her emotionally battered. With no friends to turn to, she felt utterly isolated. By the time she reached home, her spirit was crushed, and her heart was heavy with an unspeakable sadness. As she lay in her bed that night, tears streaming down her cheeks, the familiar, ominous presence made itself known. The entity emerged from the shadows, its form more defined than ever, thriving on her despair. "Oh, hello again," Emily said, her voice empty of the fear that once trembled in it. "At least I can rely on you to show up for me." The entity seemed to smile, a disturbing shift in its shadowy form. "I love your sorrow," it whispered, its voice a dark caress. "Yes, my sorrow," Emily replied, her voice laced with a bitter resignation. "I have it all day, all night, everywhere I go. My life sucks, but at least I got you." The entity paused, a flicker of confusion passing through its dark mist. It was unaccustomed to such acceptance, its existence fueled by fear and terror, not this resigned acknowledgement. In the days that followed, Emily's fear of the entity gradually dissipated. Her life was so permeated with fear and sorrow that the presence of the entity became just another part of her grim reality. It was no longer a source of terror, but a constant in her world of chaos and pain. The entity, puzzled by this change, continued to visit Emily. However, the dynamic had shifted. It was no longer the predator looming over its prey. Instead, it became something akin to a dark, twisted companion in her loneliness. Emily's interactions with the entity took on a new tone. She spoke to it about her day, her bullies, her longing for a friend. The entity listened, its form hovering in the darkness, absorbing her words, her sorrow. But as the days passed, something unexpected happened. Emily's constant exposure to the entity, her acceptance of it as part of her life, began to diminish its power. The entity, once a formidable presence, started to appear less substantial, its form flickering like a shadow under a clouded moon. Emily's transformation was subtle. Her fear, once a palpable thing that consumed her, began to recede. In facing the entity night after night, in accepting its presence as a part of her sorrowful existence, she had inadvertently begun to rob it of its power over her. In this strange, dark companionship, Emily found a bizarre form of strength. The entity, once a symbol of her deepest fears, had become a testament to her resilience, a dark reminder of her ability to endure even in the face of despair. In the quiet of her room, Emily sat on her bed, the entity beside her, a faded form, its once intimidating presence now diminished. She looked at it, an idea forming in her mind. Well, as you need fear, what if I were to tell you where these girls live? The ones who bully me. Maybe you could go scare their pants off instead, Emily suggested, a hint of mischief in her voice. The entity seemed to ponder this, its form wavering like a wisp of smoke. Then it uttered one word: fear. Oh, I think you'll get a lot of fear from them, Emily said, a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Though they are bullies to me. My mom often says that bullies act out because they're having a hard time too, maybe at home or with other things. The next day at school, Emily walked down the hallway, her steps light, a sense of anticipation in the air. As she passed one of the girls who usually tormented her, she noticed a change. The girl looked haggard, with dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept. Another girl approached her, concern etched on her face. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Oh, nothing," the bully muttered, her voice barely audible, her eyes darting around nervously. Back in her room that evening, Emily found the entity more solid than it had ever been. Its form was clearer, more defined, as if it had been revitalized. Emily couldn't help but smile. "So, it was you," she said, a sense of satisfaction in her voice. The entity responded with a single word: fear. In that moment, Emily realized the power dynamic had shifted. The entity, once a harbinger of her own fears, had become an instrument of her will, a shadowy ally against those who had made her life miserable. For the first time, Emily felt a sense of control, a glimmer of empowerment in her otherwise bleak world. Yet, as she looked at the entity, its form stronger and more present than ever, a flicker of doubt crept into her mind. Was she using the entity, or was it using her? The line between empowerment and moral compromise blurred, leaving Emily to ponder the consequences of her newfound power. The entity, with its one-word utterances, remained an enigma, its intentions unclear, but for now, it was a companion in her quest for retribution, a dark echo of her own pain and resilience. Emily walked into school the next day with a newfound sense of confidence, her encounter with the entity still fresh in her mind. She felt different, stronger somehow, as if she were no longer the victim in her own story. As she navigated the crowded hallways, the main bully cornered her, pinning her against the wall with a menacing glare. "What you got for me today?" the bully sneered, expecting Emily to cower as usual. Instead, Emily met her gaze with a calm, almost eerie smile. "What would you like?" "I have a lot to offer," she replied, her voice steady. Confused and thrown off by Emily's unexpected demeanor, the bully released her grip and shoved Emily to the floor, muttering, "Weirdo." Emily looked up, her smile unwavering. There was a new power in her, a secret edge that the bully couldn't comprehend. Back at home, Emily sat in her room, conversing with the now familiar entity. "This one seems to have a lot of issues. Pain, sorrow, fear. I think she'll be perfect for you," Emily said, a hint of darkness in her tone. The entity turned to her, its form more substantial than before, and whispered, "Fear." Emily's smile broadened. She was no longer a mere observer in her life. She was a participant, shaping her own narrative. A few days later, Emily noticed the bully again. The girl who once exuded confidence and cruelty now looked haggard, as if she hadn't slept in days. Her eyes were hollow, her movements sluggish, a shell of her former self. As Emily passed by, she whispered under her breath, "Sorrow." No one heard her, but the word hung in the air like a dark promise. In the weeks that followed, Emily began to thrive at school. She made friends, her grades improved, and she found joy in small, everyday moments. The entity visited her often, each encounter strengthening her resolve and her sense of control over her life. Her home life, too, seemed to be on the upswing. Her relationship with her mother grew stronger, and the house, once a place of fear and an uncertainty, now felt like a sanctuary. But as Emily lay in bed each night, listening to the whispers of the entity, she couldn't shake the feeling that this newfound peace came at a price. The shadow that had once haunted her now empowered her, and she wondered what that meant for her soul. The lines between right and wrong, justice and revenge, were blurred in the shadow of the entity. Emily had found a way to cope with her pain, but the question remained, at what cost? Emily sat at the breakfast table with her mother, the morning light casting a warm glow across the room. For the first time in a long while, there was a genuine sense of happiness in her voice. "Mom, things are going so well in school now. I've been making friends and feeling so alive," Emily shared, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. "That's wonderful, Emily," her mother exclaimed, relief evident in her tone. "Tell me about your friends." Emily began eagerly. "There's Jo, my first friend. She's really nice, but she's always sad. Her family is super strict, and they discipline her like in the old days. Whenever I'm with her, I can almost feel her sorrow." She then moved on to another friend. "And there's Sarah. Her parents also split up, but they're always arguing. She brings all that pain to school with her." As Emily spoke, a sudden realization dawned on her. Her words trailed off, and she fell silent, her expression turning introspective. She thought about the entity, how it fed on her fear and sorrow, and then she thought about her friends, about how their pain and sadness seemed to invigorate her, giving her a sense of strength and control. A chilling thought crept into her mind. Was she becoming like the entity, feeding off the pain and sorrow of others? The thought was unsettling, casting a shadow over her newfound happiness. She looked up at her mother, who was watching her with a concerned expression. "Emily, is everything okay?" her mother asked. "Yeah, Mum, everything's fine," Emily replied, forcing a smile. But inside, a turmoil of emotions was brewing. She was no longer sure if the positive changes in her life were the result of her own growth, or if they were fueled by something darker, something she had not intended. The revelation that she might be mirroring the entity's behavior was alarming. It raised questions about the nature of her recent transformation. Was she unwittingly absorbing the negative emotions of others, just as the entity absorbed hers? As Emily left for school that day, her mind was a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. She began to observe her interactions with her friends more closely, trying to understand the nature of the connection she felt with them. The joy of making friends was now tinged with the fear that she might be using their pain for her own gain, just as the entity had used hers. This realization marked a turning point for Emily. She knew she had to confront the truth about herself and the entity that lingered in the shadows of her life. The journey ahead was uncertain, but she understood that it was necessary to untangle the complex web of emotions and influences that had come to define her existence. Emily met her friends at school, but their conversations were no longer a source of comfort. As they shared their nightly pains and sadness, Emily felt a surge of strength and vigor coursing through her. The realization struck her like a lightning bolt. She was feeding on their sorrow, just as the entity fed on hers. She rushed home, her heart pounding, her mind racing with fear and confusion. Her mother was still at work, leaving the house eerily silent. Bursting into her room, Emily confronted the empty air. "What have you done to me?" The entity materialized, more solid and menacing than ever. "Sorrow," it whispered, its voice echoing the depth of Emily's realization. In that moment, the entity fully engulfed Emily. It had been feeding on her sorrow, growing stronger with each passing day. But now, it wasn't just feeding on her, it was merging with her. Emily had become a conduit for the entity, her own sorrow amplified by the sorrows of her friends. She had become an integral part of the entity, a vessel for its dark hunger. Emily was never seen again. Her disappearance sent shockwaves through the community. The police searched tirelessly, but no trace of her was found. Her mother was left in a state of inconsolable despair, and the school held a vigil in her memory. Rumors and theories abounded, but the truth remained a mystery. Time passed, and eventually, a new family moved into the house. A young boy, an only child, found himself struggling to adjust to the new environment, missing his old friends and life. One night, as he lay in bed, tears streaming down his face, he felt an inexplicable weight on his legs. Trembling, he looked up and saw a ghostly figure, the image of a young girl, translucent and sorrowful. It was Emily, lost in the grip of the entity, now a part of its haunting legacy. "Sorrow," she whispered, her voice a chilling echo of the entity's call. The boy lay frozen, staring at the spectral figure, as the room filled with a cold, mournful air. The house, with its dark history, had claimed another soul, binding Emily to its walls, her story becoming part of its eerie tapestry. In the haunting whisper of sorrow, the cycle continued, a reminder of the pain and fear that had consumed Emily. Her presence, now merged with the entity, lingered in the house, a ghostly testament to the cost of unaddressed pain and the dark power of sorrow.
And if you're still looking to fulfill your thirst for more horror, don't forget to check out this next video, unless of course you're frozen with fear already.
In the haunting stillness of Echo Beach, a family seeks a peaceful vacation at a secluded beach house, only to find themselves ensnared in a chilling legacy. The ghostly echoes of a tragic shipwreck loom nearby, casting a sinister shadow over the waters. As eerie occurrences unravel, they uncover a dark connection to their own past, and a vengeful spirit demanding a harrowing sacrifice. Dive into this spine-tingling tale where the line between the living and the drowned blurs, and a family's love faces the ultimate test against the restless souls of the deep. Are you brave enough to uncover the secrets of Echo Beach? Chapter 1. Arrival at Echo Beach. The Anderson family's car wound its way down the serpentine coastal road, the sea stretching endlessly beside them, glimmering under the afternoon sun. After months of relentless work and school schedules, the secluded beach house at Echo Beach promised a much-needed retreat. As they approached their destination, the car turned onto a narrow path, shrouded by overhanging trees that whispered secrets to the ocean breeze. The path opened up to reveal a quaint, two-story beach house, perched like a lone sentinel overlooking the sea. Its weathered wooden exterior and wide, welcoming porch spoke of years witnessing the ever-changing moods of the ocean.
"Wow,"
gasped Emily, the youngest at 12, her eyes wide with excitement. She was the adventurer of the family, always ready to explore and discover. Her bright red hair, usually a fiery cascade, was tied back in anticipation of beachside explorations. Beside her, 16-year-old Alex was engrossed in his book, but looked up to survey the house through his glasses. A quiet, thoughtful presence, Alex preferred the company of his books and music, often lost in his own world of melodies and words. Sarah, their mother, shared a smile with their father Mark as they unloaded the car. A high school teacher. She had the summer off, but Mark, a software engineer, had taken a rare break from his hectic work life. Mark's strong, reassuring presence had always been the family's anchor. As they entered the house, the interior revealed a cozy living space, a blend of rustic charm and modern comfort. Large windows framed the breathtaking view of the beach, inviting the outside in. The beach house, isolated from the nearest town, offered a tranquility they had all craved. There were no neighbours for miles, just the endless expanse and the rhythmic sound of the waves.
"This is perfect,"
Mark declared, wrapping an arm around Sarah.
"No emails, no calls, just us and the sea."
The family spent the rest of the afternoon settling in. Emily and Alex claimed their rooms, their excitement palpable. Sarah unpacked the kitchen, already planning meals that would bring them together after days spent on the beach. As evening approached, the family gathered on the porch, watching the sun dip below the horizon. The sea turned a dark blue, almost black, and the first stars appeared in the twilight sky.
"It's beautiful here,"
Sarah said softly, a sense of peace settling over them. But as the light faded, a faint, almost imperceptible sound drifted on the breeze, a distant, mournful singing, like a lament lost in time. The family glanced at each other, a hint of curiosity in their eyes.
"Probably just the wind,"
Mark said with a reassuring smile. But as they turned in for the night, the sound lingered in their minds, a whisper from the deep, calling out to the unknowing visitors of Echo Beach. Chapter 2. Echoes on the shore. The sun's early rays filtered through the curtains, gently rousing the Anderson family from their deep, undisturbed slumber. Mark was the first awake, feeling more refreshed than he had in months. He padded softly through the house, intent on brewing a pot of coffee, when he stopped abruptly. There, on the wooden floor, were wet footprints, trailing from the front door through the living room and disappearing into the hallway. The prints were small, like those of a child, and inexplicably, there was no sign of water anywhere else. Puzzled, he called Sarah, who came downstairs with Emily and Alex. They all stared at the mysterious footprints, their relaxed mood from the night before giving way to confusion.
"Maybe a window was left open and a stray animal came in?"
Sarah suggested, though the idea seemed far-fetched. Unable to find an explanation, they decided to shake off the odd occurrence and head to the beach, looking forward to a day of sun and relaxation. The beach was a pristine stretch of golden sand, with the ocean stretching endlessly before them. In the distance, the skeletal remains of an old ship protruded from the water, its timbers worn and battered by time and tide.
"Look, Dad, what's that?"
Emily pointed excitedly at the shipwreck. Mark gathered the family around and began to recount the tale, a local legend he had read about before they arrived.
"Many years ago,
He began, his voice taking on a somber tone.
a ship called the Sea's Lament was caught in a terrible storm. The captain tried to navigate the treacherous waters, but the ship struck those rocks out there."
He pointed to a jagged outcrop, barely visible above the waves.
"And sank, taking all aboard with her. They say the crew and passengers never found peace, their spirits trapped forever, reliving that fateful night."
The story sent a chill down their spines, the haunted shipwreck, casting a shadow over their sunny day. The family tried to brush off the eerie tale, spending the rest of the day building sandcastles, swimming, and enjoying a picnic. Yet, the image of the shipwreck lingered in their minds, a silent sentinel watching over them. As dusk fell, they returned to the beach house, tired but content. Sarah cooked a hearty meal, and they all sat down to eat, sharing stories and laughter, the morning's mystery temporarily forgotten. Later, As Alex retreated to his room, he was startled to find his bed soaked, as if drenched by seawater. The smell of the ocean was strong, and the sheets were cold and clammy to the touch.
Mom! Dad!
He called out, panic edging his voice. Mark and Sarah hurried upstairs, equally baffled by this new, inexplicable occurrence. They changed the bedding, trying to rationalize the situation. Maybe the humidity had caused condensation, they suggested, though the explanation felt hollow. That night, as they settled into their beds, an unsettling feeling hung in the air. The ocean's whisper seemed louder, more insistent, as if calling out to them from the depths of its dark, unending expanse. It's time for a quick scare break. As we linger in these shadowy realms, a small favour I dare to ask. If my tales of terror bring you thrills, do not let our journey end here. Hit like, subscribe, and join our dark congregation. I must extend my deepest, most sinister thanks to those souls brave enough to support our chilling journey. Your contributions, kindred spirits, are the lifeblood of our channel. They help me continue to craft the haunting tales that send shivers down your spine and keep you awake at night, pondering what lurks in the shadows. If you too find yourself captivated by our chilling chronicles and wish to help the channel, consider clicking the thanks button below. Your support, dear viewer, is not just a contribution. It's a lifeline that allows me to continue weaving these terrifying tales just for you. Let's embrace the darkness once more. Let's get back to the shadows. Chapter 3. Whispers in the night. The children were asleep, and Mark and Sarah settled on the porch with a couple of drinks, watching the waves dance under the moonlight. The soft murmur of the sea was a soothing backdrop to their conversation.
Imagine if we could do this every day.
Sarah sighed contentedly, her gaze fixed on the horizon.
No work, no stress, just the sea and us.
Mark nodded.
That would be the dream, wouldn't it?
They sat in comfortable silence, each lost in thoughts of a life far removed from the pressures of the everyday. As the clock neared midnight, they decided to head to bed.
I'll just check on the kids,
Sarah said, her voice a whisper in the quiet house. She found Alex in his room, headphones on, lost in his music. She smiled softly, watching him for a moment before moving to check on Emily. But Emily's bed was empty, her room silent and still. A surge of panic rose in Sarah's chest. She checked the bathroom, then began frantically searching the house, calling for Mark.
Mark, Emily's not in her bed.
Sarah's voice was tinged with panic. Together they searched, calling Emily's name, but there was no response. Mark, his heart pounding, stepped outside, scanning the darkened beach. There, in the distance by the shore, was a small figure.
Emily!
He shouted, relief and fear mingling in his voice. They raced towards her, finding her standing by the water's edge, staring out into the darkness, her gaze fixed on the distant wreck.
Emily, what are you doing out here? Do you have any idea how dangerous this is?
Sarah's voice trembled with a mix of relief and fear. Emily turned to them, her eyes distant.
Someone was calling my name.
She said, her voice barely above a whisper. Mark and Sarah exchanged a look of disbelief and concern. They quickly ushered her back to the house, firmly telling her never to wander to the water in the dark again. Once inside, with Emily safely in bed, Mark and Sarah sat in the living room, their minds racing.
Do you think it has anything to do with the wreck? Or the footprints and the wet bed?
Sarah asked, her voice laced with worry. Mark ran a hand through his hair, his expression troubled.
I don't know, but this is starting to feel wrong. Maybe it's just a series of strange coincidences, but
what?
Sarah pressed.
But maybe we should consider leaving.
Mark said reluctantly.
I don't want to overreact, but I can't shake this feeling. Something about this place isn't right.
They sat in silence, the weight of their decision hanging heavily in the air. The once peaceful beach house now felt charged with an unseen, unsettling presence, as if the echoes of the past were reaching out to them from the depths of the sea. Chapter 4. Shadows on the Shore. The next morning, a sense of foreboding filled the air as the Anderson family awoke. Once again, wet footprints adorned the floor of their beach house. This time, however, there were multiple sets, weaving a chaotic pattern in and out of the rooms.
This is too much.
Mark declared, his face etched with concern.
We'll spend one more day here. If anything else strange happens, we're leaving.
Trying to push their worries aside, the family headed to the beach, determined to enjoy what could be their last day in this eerie paradise. In the middle of the day, the tranquility was interrupted by the sound of a moped approaching. A small vehicle with a box attached to it came into view, pulling up near the house. Sarah watched with a mixture of curiosity and caution.
Should they be here?
She asked Mark.
Yes.
He replied.
They deliver fresh supplies every other day. That was part of the deal, so we never have to leave.
They greeted the delivery man, introducing themselves as he unloaded boxes of fresh food and other necessities. His name was Joe, and he had a friendly, easygoing manner.
So, how do you like the house and the beach?
Joe asked, making conversation as he handed over the supplies.
It's beautiful here,
Sarah said, though her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. The conversation inevitably turned to the wreck visible from their beach. Joe leaned against his moped, a serious look crossing his face.
You know, on certain nights, you can hear the voices of the drowned,
he said in a hushed tone.
There are rumors that they come to the beach at night, reliving their final moments, being drowned over and over again.
The family exchanged uneasy glances. Joe continued.
They say the captain of the Sea's Lament sunk the ship on purpose, wanted to crash it and take everyone down with him.
Mark and Sarah felt a chill run down their spines, the children's eyes wide with fear.
Why would he do that?
Alex asked, his curiosity piqued despite the fear.
Some say he was mad, others that he made a pact with dark forces. But whatever the reason, those souls haven't found peace. They say you can feel them, especially on nights like tonight, when the moon is full and the sea is restless.
As Joe drove away, the family was left to ponder his words. The beach, once a symbol of relaxation and escape, now felt like a boundary between the living and the spirits of the past. That evening, as they sat in the house, the sound of the waves seemed louder, more insistent. Outside, the full moon cast a ghostly glow over the beach, and the wreck in the distance looked more ominous than ever. Mark and Sarah looked at each other, the same thought unspoken between them. This was no longer the idyllic vacation they had imagined. The echoes of the past were too loud, too close, and they feared what the night might bring. Chapter 5. A Light in the Darkness. On the porch, under a starlit sky, Mark and Sarah sat together, each nursing a drink. The sea spread out before them, its vastness a canvas of tranquility and mystery. The gentle sound of the waves was a soothing serenade, contrasting sharply with the turmoil of the past days.
Maybe we're just not used to this,
Mark mused, his eyes reflecting the moonlit sea.
Our lives have been a constant cycle of work and repetition. Like those poor souls on the ship, reliving their fate day after day.
Sarah nodded, her gaze lost in the rhythmic dance of the waves.
We're caught in the monotony of our daily lives, working ceaselessly just to snatch a week or two of freedom each year. That's not really living, is it?
Their conversation wandered through the parallels between their lives and the tragic loop of the shipwreck's lost souls. The idea of breaking free from their own repetitive cycle seemed both alluring and daunting. As they delved deeper into their thoughts, a strange phenomenon caught their attention. A greenish glow emanated from the direction of the wreck, casting an eerie light over the water.
What in the world?
Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. Mark squinted, trying to make sense of the sight.
It might be natural, like the northern lights. Bioluminescence, maybe?
He tried to sound logical, but the bizarre luminescence near the haunted wreck sent a shiver down his spine. Despite the odd occurrence, the night passed without incident. The gentle sounds of the ocean and the distant call of nocturnal birds were the only disturbances in the peaceful darkness. However, the next morning brought a return to the unsettling mysteries of the house. Once again, wet footprints meandered through their temporary home, more numerous than before, a silent testament to unseen visitors. Despite the beauty of the place and the peace of the previous night, the constant strange occurrences were taking their toll. The glowing wreck, the unexplainable footprints. It was becoming too much.
We should leave today.
Mark finally said, a decision forming in his mind.
This place, its beauty, its mystery. It's enchanting, but it's not right for us.
Sarah nodded in agreement, a mix of relief and disappointment in her eyes. They had sought a break from the monotony of their lives, but not at the cost of their peace of mind. As they prepared to pack their things, a sense of unease lingered, the echoes of the beach house's secrets whispering to them, as insistent as the tides. Chapter 6. The Storm and the Spirits. With their belongings hastily packed, the Anderson family prepared to leave the beach house. As they loaded the car, Sarah's voice was tinged with urgency.
We need to hurry. There's a storm coming, I heard the weather report. The heat and humidity are just right for a tempest.
As they began their drive, the familiar path leading from the house had vanished, now obscured by dense brush and overhanging branches, as if nature itself conspired to keep them from leaving. Mark stopped the car and got out, intent on clearing the way, but the vegetation was impenetrably thick, as if the trees had intertwined overnight to seal their exit. Just then, the skies opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. Rain pelted down hard, driven by powerful winds, as Mark struggled against the elements, attempting to clear a path.
Let's go back to the house.
Sarah yelled over the howling wind.
We can wait out the storm and leave afterward.
Reluctantly, Mark agreed, and they retreated to the relative safety of the beach house. Inside, they watched as the storm raged on, the winds howling like angry spirits, the rain lashing against the windows. The hours ticked by, the storm showing no signs of abating. Night fell, enveloping the house in darkness, lit intermittently by flashes of lightning. As Mark gazed out at the sea, his eyes caught something that chilled him to the bone. On the shore, illuminated by the storm's eerie light, were greenish glowing figures, ethereal, almost otherworldly. They stood motionless, gazing out to sea, a spectral reminder of the shipwreck's lost souls.
This is impossible,
Mark whispered, his voice barely audible over the storm. Sarah joined him at the window, her eyes widening in disbelief.
Who are they?
She asked, her voice a mix of fear and fascination.
I don't know.
Mark replied, his mind racing.
But we can't leave. We need to lock the doors.
As they secured the house, the reality of their situation set in. Trapped by the storm, with the haunting presence of the drowned just beyond their walls, the night stretched before them, filled with uncertainty and fear. The terror of the night had just begun, and the Anderson family braced themselves, wondering what other secrets the beach house and its ghostly shores might reveal. Chapter 7. The Captain's Lament. With their hearts pounding, Mark and Sarah bolted the doors and reinforced the windows, their eyes darting to the shadowy figures outside. More and more of the drowned appeared, their faces etched with the agony of their last moments. As they stared out towards the shipwreck, a chilling shift occurred. In unison, they turned towards the house, their waterlogged faces contorted in pain and despair.
They're coming this way.
Sarah whispered, fear tightening her voice. Together, they checked every potential entry point, ensuring they were as secure as possible. The figures outside, their movements slow and deliberate, began to converge on the house. The sound of their hands, wet and heavy, started to pound against the doors and windows. Huddled together in the living room, the family clung to each other, the terror palpable in the air. The relentless banging seemed to go on forever, an echo of the drown's eternal torment. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the banging ceased. A heavy silence fell over the house. Mark cautiously approached the window, his heart racing. Gently, he pulled back the curtain, and there, just on the other side of the glass, stood the captain of the Sea's Lament. His eyes were hollow, his face a ghastly visage of a soul lost to madness. He was known in the legends as Captain Ellis Morgan, a man whose mind had been shattered by unseen forces. As Mark's eyes locked with Captain Morgan's, he was suddenly engulfed in a vision of the ship's final moments. The Sea's Lament was a scene of utter chaos and horror. The passengers screamed and cried, their voices a cacophony of terror, as Captain Morgan locked himself in the bridge, his mind assailed by ghostly whispers driving him to madness. In the vision, Mark could see the storm raging around the ship, the waves monstrous in their fury. Captain Morgan stood at the helm, his eyes wild, muttering about voices and a dark pact that demanded the souls aboard. The passengers banged on the door of the bridge, pleading with him, but their cries fell on deaf ears. As the ship struck the rocks, the scene turned even more terrifying. The ocean swallowed the Sea's Lament whole, dragging everyone into the abyss. The last thing Mark saw in the vision was Captain Morgan's face, twisted in a grotesque smile, as the sea consumed him. Gasping for breath, Mark staggered back from the window, the vision fading, leaving him in the dimly lit room of the beach house. Sarah rushed to his side, her eyes wide with concern.
We have to get out of here,
Mark managed to say, his voice shaking.
Whatever is happening, we're not safe.
But outside, the storm continued to rage, and the drowned still surrounded the house, a silent, ghastly vigil. They were trapped, with nowhere to run, and the night was far from over. Chapter 8. Into the Abyss. Panic seized Mark as he realized Emily was missing.
Where's Emily?
He shouted, his voice a mix of fear and desperation. As he scanned the room, the figures outside began to dissipate, like mists fading in the dawn. But when they looked out the window, the glow of the wreck in the distance was unmistakable.
They've got her. I know it,
Mark said, his voice strained with certainty.
What can we do?
Sarah's voice trembled, her eyes wide with fear.
I'm going out there,
Mark declared, determination stealing his voice.
to the wreck.
Sarah tried to stop him, but he looked at her, his resolve unwavering.
Our little girl.
He said simply. Understanding the depth of his resolve, Sarah nodded, tears in her eyes. Mark hurriedly unpacked his paddleboard from the car and slipped into his wetsuit. With a final look back at Sarah and Alex, huddled together on the beach, he pushed off into the dark, tumultuous sea, paddling towards the eerie green glow of the wreck. The night was oppressive, the sounds of the storm and the sea melding into a haunting symphony. As Mark paddled, he peered into the depths below. There, in the dark water, the greenish, ethereal images of the drowned stared back at him. Their faces, a canvas of doom and sadness, seemed to watch him with a mix of curiosity and despair. Despite the fear gripping his heart, Mark paddled on, driven by the singular thought of finding his daughter. The wreck loomed closer, its ghostly light a beacon in the unforgiving night. Each stroke of his paddle brought him nearer to the unknown, to the heart of the mystery that had ensnared his family. The sea swelled around him, as if trying to dissuade him from his quest, but nothing could turn him back. Not the storm, not the drowned, not the chilling depths of the ocean. Somewhere in that haunting glow lay answers, and Mark prayed, his daughter Emily. Chapter 9. The Captain's Ultimatum. As Mark reached the shipwreck, his voice echoed across the churning sea.
Emily.
A portion of the ship jutted above the water, a ghostly silhouette against the dark sky. In response, a faint cry pierced the darkness.
Emily.
Mark called again, his heart racing as he moved towards the sound. There, across a broken span of the wreck, sat Emily, her small form barely visible.
They grabbed me, Daddy.
She said, her voice trembling with fear.
I've got you, baby girl.
Mark reassured her, his voice a mix of relief and determination. He leapt across the gap between them, reaching out to grab her. Just as he was about to reach her, a voice from behind stopped him cold.
Take her back before he sees you.
Rasped the voice of one of the drowned. Mark turned to see the ethereal figure of a man, his face bloated from the sea, seaweed hanging from his waterlogged form. Ignoring the warning, Mark grabbed Emily, preparing to place her on the paddleboard. But then, another figure emerged from the dark waters. The captain, Captain Elias Morgan, his presence malevolent and commanding. The captain's voice was chilling, filled with an evil that seemed as deep as the sea itself.
You have a choice,
he said to Mark, his eyes gleaming in the ghostly light.
Give yourself and your soul to the depths willingly, or I will take both of you, and then the rest of your family by force. A willing soul is so much more satisfying. The voices,
the captain continued, his smile twisted and cruel.
They want me to stay. They hunger for more souls to join our eternal torment.
Mark held Emily close, his mind racing, the realization that the captain was bound by some ancient, dark pact, a hunger for souls that kept him and his crew trapped in this watery grave, filled him with horror. He looked into the ghastly face of the captain, then down at Emily, her eyes wide with fear. Mark knew he couldn't let this malevolent spirit take his daughter or any of his family. He had to make a choice, but the thought of sacrificing himself was almost unbearable. Yet, the love for his family, the need to protect them, surged within him. The storm raged on, the sea churning around the wreck, a tumultuous backdrop to the standoff. Mark, with his daughter in his arms, faced the captain, his decision weighing heavily on his heart. The fate of his family, the curse of the sea's lament, and the depth of a father's love all hung in the balance. Chapter 10. Father's Sacrifice. The beach was shrouded in darkness, the sea a vast expanse of uncertainty. Sarah and Alex stood on the shore, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of Mark and Emily. Suddenly, Sarah's heart leapt.
There!
She cried, pointing towards a shape emerging from the darkness. On the paddleboard, a small, lone figure sat. The board seemed to glide through the water as if propelled by some unseen force.
Emily!
Sarah screamed, her voice breaking with relief and fear. As Emily reached the shore, Sarah enveloped her in a desperate embrace.
Where's your dad? Where's Mark?
She cried, her eyes searching the sea for her husband. Emily, her eyes filled with tears, looked up at her mother.
Daddy.
She began, her voice trembling.
He said to tell you.
She paused, taking a deep, shuddering breath.
He said, I will die for you because I cannot live with losing you all. You are my heart, my life. Take care of each other. Remember, my love for you is eternal, just like the sea.
Sarah's knees buckled as the weight of Mark's sacrifice hit her. Alex, tears streaming down his face, wrapped his arms around them both. They stood there, a family united in grief, the sound of the waves, a somber melody to their heartache. Mark's last words echoed in their minds, a testament to the depth of his love and the magnitude of his sacrifice. He had faced the darkness, the echoes of the past, to save his family, choosing to give himself to the sea's cold embrace rather than lose those he held most dear. The beach, once a place of escape and tranquility, had become a memorial to a husband and father's love, a love so profound that it transcended the boundaries of life and death. The Anderson family, forever changed, held each other close as the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, a new day born from the night's unimaginable sacrifice. Final chapter. The guardian of Echo Beach. Months had passed since the Anderson family's fateful vacation at the beach house. The seasons changed, and with them, another family arrived, eager to enjoy the tranquility of Echo Beach. The Johnson family, consisting of Jack and Linda, and their 2 children, Mia and Dylan, unloaded their car, their faces beaming with excitement. The beach house, unchanged in its rustic charm, welcomed them with open arms. They spent the day under the sun, building sandcastles and laughing in the waves, blissfully unaware of the house's sorrowful history. As night fell, they gathered on the porch, the sound of the waves a soothing backdrop. The children were full of stories from the day, their laughter a balm to the lingering sadness of the beach. But as the night deepened, a strange phenomenon caught their attention. Off in the distance, near the edge of the water, a faint, greenish light appeared. As they watched, it took on a more defined shape, the ethereal figure of a man staring back at them with a melancholic gaze. The figure stood motionless, his eyes seeming to reflect the moonlight. It was Mark, bound to the beach by his sacrifice, his spirit lingering where his heart had chosen to stay. Jack, sensing something profound and unexplainable in the figure's presence, whispered,
"Who is that?"
Linda, her eyes fixed on the spectral form, felt an inexplicable sense of peace.
"I don't know, but he seems sad."
In the moonlit night, the figure of Mark watched over the beach house and its new inhabitants, a silent guardian tethered to the place of his ultimate sacrifice. His presence, though ethereal, was a testament to the enduring power of love and the profound depths of a father's devotion. The Johnsons, unaware of the full story, felt a strange comfort in the figure's presence, as if he was a protector of the beach and all who came to find solace in its embrace. And so, the beach house at Echo Beach continued to welcome visitors, holding within its walls the echoes of the past and the silent vigil of a father's eternal love. The sea, ever changing yet constant, whispered its secrets to those who would listen, the story of a man who loved his family beyond the bounds of this world. Thank you for joining me on this chilling journey. If your thirst for the unknown and the unexplained is still unquenched, I invite you to delve deeper into the abyss of terror. Just beyond the veil of reality, another story awaits to send shivers down your spine. Dare to join me in the next video, where the unknown becomes known and the unseen seen. Until then, keep the lights dim and your mind open. This is Professor Shadow, signing off. Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Entrance. Jonathan Miller was always drawn to the thrill of theme parks, the bright lights, the dizzying rides, and the echoing laughter. One evening, he stumbled upon an old, decrepit theme park on the outskirts of town, one he had never noticed before. The sign, barely legible, read Eldritch Amusements. Curiosity piqued, he decided to explore. As he walked through the rusted gates, An eerie chill ran down his spine. The park was eerily quiet, save for the distant creak of a Ferris wheel turning slowly, as if driven by a phantom hand. The air was thick with the scent of decay and something else, something unidentifiable, but deeply unsettling. Jonathan approached the ticket booth, where a figure emerged from the shadows. The park owner, a gaunt man with sunken eyes and a sinister grin, introduced himself as Mr. Grimshaw. "Welcome to Eldritch Amusements," he rasped. "A place where dreams come true, or turn into nightmares." Despite the foreboding atmosphere, Jonathan felt an inexplicable urge to enter. Mr. Grimshaw handed him a ticket, his skeletal fingers lingering a moment too long on Jonathan's hand. With a nod, Jonathan stepped inside, oblivious to the dark fate awaiting him. The park was a labyrinth of twisted rides and abandoned attractions. As he wandered deeper, he noticed the unsettling silence. No other visitors, no joyful screams, just an oppressive quiet. Jonathan's unease grew, but he pressed on, driven by a morbid fascination. The first ride he encountered was the Whispering Carousel. The horses, once brightly painted, were now faded and chipped. As he climbed onto one, he felt a cold shiver run through him. The carousel began to turn, and Jonathan heard whispers, fragments of conversations, chilling pleas for help, and sinister laughter. He tried to dismount, but found himself paralyzed, forced to endure the haunting whispers until the ride finally stopped. Shaken, he continued his exploration, each step heavier with dread. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Grimshaw watched from the shadows, his smile widening. Chapter 2. The House of Horrors. Jonathan's next stop was the House of Horrors, an imposing structure with boarded-up windows and a rotting facade. The door creaked open as he approached, beckoning him inside. The interior was pitch black, save for the occasional flicker of dim lights, revealing grotesque mannequins and twisted scenes of terror. As he ventured deeper, the air grew colder. Jonathan's breath came out in visible puffs, and he could hear the distant sound of someone sobbing. He followed the sound, his heart pounding in his chest. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly, each step echoing ominously. Suddenly, he was plunged into darkness. Jonathan fumbled for his phone, but it slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Panic set in as he stumbled forward, his hands outstretched, desperately seeking an exit. A faint light appeared ahead, illuminating a ghastly scene. A figure hung from the ceiling, its lifeless eyes staring directly at him. Jonathan recoiled in horror, recognizing the face. It was his own. The lights flickered and the figure vanished, replaced by Mr. Grimshaw, who appeared as if from thin air. "Having fun?" he asked, his voice dripping with malice. Jonathan backed away, but Mr. Grimshaw's skeletal hand shot out, grabbing his wrist with an iron grip. "The fun is just beginning," he whispered, before releasing him. Terrified, Jonathan fled the House of Horrors, vowing to leave the park immediately. But as he ran towards the exit, he found himself inexplicably drawn to another ride, the Phantom Coaster. Chapter 3. The Phantom Coaster. The Phantom Coaster loomed ahead, its towering tracks disappearing into the inky night sky. Jonathan hesitated at the entrance, but an unseen force seemed to propel him forward. The coaster car was waiting, its metal gleaming with an eerie, otherworldly light. He climbed in, the restraints locking into place with a bone-chilling click. As the car ascended the first hill, Jonathan felt a growing sense of dread. The track seemed to stretch infinitely before him, twisting and turning in impossible ways. At the peak, the car paused, and Jonathan looked out over the park. In the distance, he saw Mr. Grimshaw, his figure a dark silhouette, against the faint glow of the park's lights. Then, with a lurch, the coaster plunged downwards, racing along the tracks at a breakneck speed. The ride was a blur of nightmarish visions, Shadows reached out with clawed hands. Ghostly faces appeared and vanished, and the air was filled with blood-curdling screams. Jonathan gripped the safety bar, his knuckles white with fear. As the ride slowed, he noticed something strange. The park was changing. The bright lights and cheerful decorations were replaced by decay and darkness. The laughter of children was replaced by mournful cries and sinister whispers. When the car finally came to a stop, Jonathan staggered out, his legs trembling. The park was no longer a place of innocent fun. It was a realm of horror, a twisted reflection of his own fears. Desperate to escape, he ran towards the exit, but the paths seemed to shift and change, leading him in circles. Everywhere he turned, he was met with the same chilling sights and sounds. It was as if the park itself was alive, feeding off his terror. Chapter 4. The Eternal Nightmare. Exhausted and terrified, Jonathan found himself back at the entrance, where Mr. Grimshaw awaited him. The park owner's grin was wider than ever, his eyes gleaming with malevolent delight. "Ready to leave?" Grimshaw asked, his voice echoing eerily. "I'm afraid that's not possible." Jonathan tried to protest, but his voice caught in his throat. A wave of realization washed over him as memories flooded back. Flashes of a terrible accident, the screech of metal, the feeling of weightlessness, and then nothing. He remembered the final ride he had taken, the one that had claimed his life. "You see," Grimshaw continued, "this is your home now. Eldritch Amusements is a haven for lost souls, a place where the dead relive their final moments for all eternity." Jonathan's heart sank as the truth set in. He was trapped, a ghost condemned to roam the haunted park forever. Each visit was a new chapter in his eternal nightmare, a cycle of terror that would never end. Mr. Grimshaw faded into the shadows, leaving Jonathan alone in the dark, silent park. The rides loomed around him, their twisted forms promising more horrors to come. He knew he would continue to visit them, compelled by a force he could not resist, reliving the nightmare over and over. And so Jonathan Miller became just another lost soul in Eldritch Amusements, a ghost among ghosts, forever bound to the place where dreams turned to nightmares and the dead found no peace. In the shadowed corners of an obscure antique shop lies a sinister secret. Hawthorne Village, a model of eerie perfection. Its creator, a figure shrouded in mystery, left more than just craftsmanship behind. Among the quaint cottages and smiling figurines lurks a chilling presence, a cloaked figure with a skull face, an ominous sentinel over this miniature world. When Jonathan, a model village enthusiast, stumbles upon this enigmatic piece, he's drawn into a nightmare that blurs the lines between reality and terror. Unbeknownst to him, Hawthorne Village harbors a dark legacy, one that ensnares the souls of the living. In a tale where the collector becomes the collection, every detail hides a ghostly whisper, every shadow a lingering dread. Dare to enter Hawthorne Village, where the miniature is malevolent, and escape is but a fragile hope. Chapter 1. The Discovery of Hawthorne Village. In the heart of the city's antique district, nestled between a quaint bookshop and a fading mural, stood a peculiar little store, known to few but revered by collectors. Its window, cluttered with curiosities from bygone eras, had always drawn the attention of Jonathan Hargrove, a passionate model village enthusiast with an eye for the extraordinary. Jonathan's fascination with model villages began as a child, a magical world in miniature that he could control and bring to life. Over the years, his collection had grown, filling a special room in his modest apartment. Each village had its own story, its own charm, but Jonathan always sought something truly unique, something that whispered tales of yesteryears. On this crisp autumn afternoon, as Jonathan pushed open the creaking door of the antique shop, a peculiar sight caught his eye. Tucked away in a dimly lit corner was a model village. Unlike any he had seen before, the craftsmanship was exquisite, each building meticulously detailed, each tiny figure brimming with character. But amidst the quaint cottages and bustling town square, one figure stood out like a shadow in the light of day. It was a miniature, cloaked man, face a haunting skull, an unsettling contrast to the otherwise idyllic village. The figure sent a chill down Jonathan's spine, yet he couldn't look away. There was an enigmatic allure to it, an unspoken story that beckoned him. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a weathered face and knowing eyes, noticed Jonathan's interest. "Ah, you found our Hawthorne village," he said in a voice as old as time. "A rare piece, that. Been here longer than I can recall. The chap who made it, they say he was a bit of an oddball, loved his creations more than people." Jonathan was drawn in. The mystery, the craftsmanship, the oddity of the skull-faced figure, it was irresistible. Without hesitation, he purchased the Hawthorne village, the shopkeeper giving him an odd, knowing smile as he wrapped it up. Back in his apartment, Jonathan carefully placed the Hawthorne village among his collection. The skull-faced figure seemed to watch him as he worked, an eerie sentinel amidst the cheerful miniature people. He positioned the village so that it was central, its intricate details deserving of the spotlight. As night fell, Jonathan sat in his armchair, a cup of tea in hand, admiring his new acquisition. The miniature lights of the village flickered on, casting a warm glow across the room, but in the back of his mind, a question lingered. Who was the cloaked figure with the skull face, and why did it feel so unnervingly alive? That night, Jonathan's dreams were troubled, filled with whispers and the cobblestone streets of Hawthorne village. Unseen eyes watched him from the shadows, and he could swear he heard the faint, distant sound of a bell tolling from the miniature chapel. The village was more than just a model. It was a story yet to be told, a mystery that beckoned him deeper. It's time for a quick scare break. As we linger in these shadowy realms, a small favour I dare to ask. If my tales of terror bring you thrills, do not let our journey end here. Hit like, subscribe, and join our dark congregation. I must extend my deepest, most sinister thanks to those souls brave enough to support our chilling journey. Your contributions, kindred spirits, are the lifeblood of our channel. They help me continue to craft the haunting tales that send shivers down your spine and keep you awake at night, pondering what lurks in the shadows. If you too find yourself captivated by our chilling chronicles and wish to help the channel, consider clicking the thanks button below. Your support, dear viewer, is not just a contribution. It's a lifeline that allows me to continue weaving these terrifying tales just for you. Let's embrace the darkness once more. Let's get back to the shadows. Chapter 2. Shadows among the miniatures. The morning light filtered through Jonathan's window, casting a golden hue over his treasured collection of model villages. With a steaming cup of coffee in hand, he set about his daily ritual of admiring and dusting each miniature world. His gaze lingered fondly over the charming streets and tiny, intricately crafted buildings. However, as his eyes settled on Hawthorne Village, a jolt of unease ran through him. The cloaked figure with the skull face was missing. Panic and confusion set in. Had he misplaced it? Jonathan meticulously searched around the village, hoping he had simply dropped the figure. After a fruitless search around Hawthorne Village, his eyes caught something chilling in another model set across the room. There, standing in a bustling market square of a different village, was the missing cloaked figure. How? Jonathan murmured, his mind racing with bewildered thoughts. Carefully, he picked up the figure, examining it closely. It was indeed the same one from Hawthorne Village. Perplexed and slightly unnerved, he placed the figure back in its original setting, ensuring it was secure. Shaking off the eerie incident as a trick of the mind, Jonathan decided to go for his daily walk, hoping the fresh air would clear his thoughts. The city was alive with the usual hum of activity, but Jonathan couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. As he strolled through a quaint street lined with old bookstores and cafes, he caught a glimpse of a cloaked figure across the road. It was oddly familiar, strikingly resembling the miniature he had just repositioned. Heart pounding, Jonathan quickened his pace, crossing the road to get a closer look. The figure stood still, its presence ominous, but as he neared, in a blink of an eye, it vanished, leaving Jonathan standing alone on the bustling street, bewildered and unnerved. Trying to rationalize the day's strange occurrences as a result of stress or lack of sleep, Jonathan headed home. The day had taken its toll on him, and he longed for the comfort of his apartment. Upon his return, a sense of dread washed over him as he looked over his model villages. Once again, the cloaked figure from Hawthorne Village was gone. His eyes frantically searched and found it, now positioned in a different model, a serene countryside scene. The figure stood at the edge of a miniature forest, its skull face eerily turned towards the direction of Hawthorne Village. Confusion and fear mingled in Jonathan's mind. This was impossible, he thought. Figures don't move on their own. He felt a growing sense of being part of something unexplainable, something that defied logic. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Jonathan decided to call it a day. He left the figure where it was, too tired to contemplate the day's mysteries any further. That night, as he drifted off to sleep, the image of the cloaked figure haunted the edges of his dreams, a silent, ominous watcher in a world of miniatures. Chapter 3. Nightmares and Realities. The night embraced Jonathan in its quiet fold, but rest was far from his reach. In his sleep, he found himself in a surreal, mist-enshrouded world. It was Hawthorne Village, his latest model, but unlike anything he had ever seen. The quaint charm was replaced by an eerie stillness, a ghostly version of his miniature creation. There were no other models, no tiny people bustling about. It was just him, alone in the fog. The streets of the village, now life-size around him, felt both familiar and alien. Jonathan's footsteps echoed on the cobblestone paths as he wandered aimlessly, the mist swirling around him. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, and the silence was oppressive. Then, out of the mist, he saw it, the figure of the cloaked man with a skull face. It was no longer a mere model. It was alive, its movements sinister and purposeful. Jonathan's heart pounded in his chest, fear gripping him as he realized the figure was aware of his presence. In terror, he ran through the streets of the village, ducking behind buildings and darting through alleys, trying to escape the relentless pursuit of the skull-faced figure. The dream, if it was a dream, felt vividly real, each breath heavy with the damp, cold air of the village. "It's just a dream. I need to wake up," Jonathan whispered to himself, his voice shaking. He peered around the corner of a cottage, only to see the figure moving faster, directly towards him. Desperation set in as Jonathan pinched himself, trying to force himself awake, but it had no effect. He looked up in horror as the figure closed the distance, standing right next to him. The skull face was terrifyingly real, the hollow eye sockets seeming to stare into his soul. The shock of that moment, the palpable fear and the closeness of the spectral figure jolted Jonathan awake. His heart racing, he sat up in bed, gasping for air. The room was dark, the familiar contours of his bedroom barely visible in the moonlight. It took him a moment to orient himself, to recognize the safety of his own home. Driven by a need to confirm reality, Jonathan raced to his model room, his hands trembling. The early morning light cast a pale glow across the miniature worlds he had created. His eyes frantically searched for Hawthorne Village. There it was, peaceful and still in the dim light, but his heart skipped a beat when he saw the cloaked figure. It was positioned beside a small cottage, the very one he had hidden behind in his dream. A chill ran down his spine. Was it just a coincidence, or was something unexplainable happening? The lines between his dreams and reality were blurring, and Jonathan felt a growing sense of dread. What was this figure? Why was it haunting him both in his sleep and in the waking world? He stood there, staring at the village, the weight of the unknown pressing down on him. Chapter 4. The Creator's Secret. Jonathan carefully lifted Hawthorne Village, turning it over in his hands. His heart raced as he scrutinized every detail, searching for answers. On the bottom of the model, etched into the wood, he found something he hadn't noticed before. Hawthorne Village, a model by Edmund Gray. Below the name, a chilling line of text sent shivers down his spine. Where souls live forever. He held the figure of the cloaked man with the skull face, examining it. It was a simple model, nothing outwardly remarkable about it, yet it seemed to hold a sinister aura. Jonathan replaced it with a sigh. It must be me. I must be going through something, he muttered to himself, trying to dismiss the growing unease within him. That evening, determined to shake off the bizarre occurrences, Jonathan decided on an early night. He set up a soothing, 8-hour-long track of relaxing music from YouTube, hoping it would ease him into a peaceful sleep. An early night without worry. That's what I need, he told himself. But as soon as he drifted off, he was back in Hawthorne Village. The village was empty, wrapped in a ghostly mist that seemed to move with a life of its own. He wandered among the houses, drawn inexplicably to the church at the heart of the village. Inside, he discovered a diary, its pages yellowed with age. It was the diary of Edmund Gray, the creator of Hawthorne Village. Trembling, Jonathan read the haunting words. I have poured my soul into this ghostly model, so that in the future others will be attracted to the village. They will place the village close to them, and when they sleep, the village will drain their souls, giving me life to live beyond my years. One day, I shall be able to leave the village and walk once again amongst the living world. An icy chill ran down Jonathan's spine. Was this real? Was it possible to create a ghost village, designed to live after death? His heart pounded as he grappled with the terrifying possibility. Then, a loud slam echoed through the church. Jonathan turned to see the cloaked figure standing by the doorway. No! He screamed. The figure began to glide towards him, floating eerily above the ground. Panicked, Jonathan looked around frantically, but there was nowhere to run. Who are you? Jonathan cried out. The figure looked straight at him, its skull face more terrifying than ever. It was Edmund Gray, the creator of the village, his eyes hollow and soulless. Suddenly, another noise broke the silence, a loud, deafening banging. Jonathan awoke with a start, his heart racing. The sound was coming from his front door. He dragged himself out of bed, still disoriented and half in the world of his nightmare. He opened the door to a delivery man who simply said, "Delivery," before scooting off. Jonathan was left standing there, holding a parcel, his mind racing. He sat down, the parcel unopened beside him, unsure of what to do next. The lines between dream and reality were blurring, and the terror of the village and its creator haunted him. What was happening to him? Was it all in his head, or was there something more sinister at play? The questions swirled in his mind as he stared at the unopened parcel, the weight of the unknown heavy in the air. Chapter 5. The Turning of Tables. Jonathan sat, a 10-year-old boy, in the safety of his room, surrounded by his small model village. Earlier that day, he had been bullied at school, pinned down by larger boys who taunted him for his size. "You're so tiny. We're much bigger than you," they jeered, their slaps leaving red marks on his face. The cruelty of their words and actions imprinted a deep, painful scar in young Jonathan's memory. In his room, he stood over his model village, the miniature figures defenseless before him. Echoing the bully's words, he whispered, "You're so tiny. I am bigger than you," before his hand came crashing down on the tiny village, destroying the figures in a moment of misguided anger and hurt. Years later, in the present day, Jonathan stood over Hawthorne Village, his gaze fixed on the cloaked figure with the skull face. The memories of his childhood, the feelings of helplessness, and the recent terror mixed into a potent cocktail of emotion. "You are tiny. I am much bigger than you." He echoed the words from his past, this time directed at the figure that had haunted his nights. Without thinking, his fist came down hard on Hawthorne Village, shattering the model and the cloaked figure into pieces. A sense of power and relief washed over him as he collected the broken remnants and threw them into the bin. "We don't pick on smaller kids, and we don't get into people's dreams," he declared, a sense of finality in his voice. Feeling a weight lifted, Jonathan went about his day, convinced that the nightmare was over, that he had conquered his fears and the haunting presence of the village. He returned home late and entered his model village room, expecting peace. But there it was, Hawthorne Village intact, with the cloaked figure staring back at him. "Impossible," he uttered in disbelief. Anger surged within him as he raised his fist to smash the model again. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed. He found himself in the model village, small, vulnerable. His room loomed large around him, a giant's world. And there, towering over the village, was a gigantic version of the cloaked figure, their roles reversed. Jonathan was now the tiny model, and the figure was the giant. Fear gripped Jonathan as he looked up at the looming figure. The giant raised its fist, mirroring Jonathan's earlier action. As the fist came crashing down towards him and the village, Jonathan's heart raced with terror. The realization hit him. This was the trap of Hawthorne Village, the curse of Edmund Gray, coming to its dreadful fruition. The village was not just a model, it was a snare, and he was now its captive, caught in a twisted fate of his own making. Chapter 6. The cycle continues. The bell above the door of the old antique shop tinkled, signaling the arrival of a new customer. The man, an avid collector of peculiarities and trinkets, stepped in, his eyes immediately drawn to the small model village, displayed prominently on a shelf. Intrigued, he approached the miniature world, his eyes scanning over the intricate details of the tiny buildings, the miniature trees, and the figures frozen in time. "This is incredible," he murmured. "The detail." His gaze then fell upon the unsettling additions to the otherwise idyllic scene, a figure of a cloaked man with a skull face and another tiny figure, seemingly screaming, looking upwards as if in terror. What's with the creepy skull figure and the man looking up and screaming like he's about to be crushed? He asked, a frown creasing his brow. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a knowing glance, merely shrugged. Who knows what was going on in the mind of the model creator? He said cryptically, his voice tinged with a hint of an unsaid story. "I'll take it," the man declared decisively, unable to resist the allure of such a unique piece. "Another one for the collection?" the shopkeeper asked, his tone casual, yet laced with something deeper. "Oh, yes," replied the man, already picturing where he would display it in his home. "But who is the real collector?" He mused loud, his question hanging in the air, unanswered. As the new owner of Hawthorne Village left the shop, the bell chimed once more, a sound that seemed to carry with it a weight of unspoken secrets. The shopkeeper watched him leave, his expression inscrutable. In the world of the miniature, within the confines of the cursed Hawthorne Village, the cycle had begun anew. The boundaries between collector and collection, between the captor and the captive, blurred and intertwined. Hawthorne Village, with its new addition, the tiny figure of Jonathan, forever frozen in a moment of terror, sat waiting, its legacy of entrapment and lost souls continuing under the guise of an innocent model village. As the door of the shop closed, leaving the shopkeeper in the dim light, surrounded by relics of the past, the truth of Hawthorne Village remained hidden, its story silently unfolding with each new owner, each new victim. The real collector, it seemed, was not the one who purchased the village, but the village itself, collecting souls, fulfilling the dark legacy of its creator, Edmund Gray. In today's tale from the shadows, we learn that everything that crawls is not what it seems. So don't get too stuck in the web of this sticky tale. The quaint village of Norfolk, nestled against the vast Broads, held a secret that lingered like a ghostly whisper on the wind. On the outskirts, obscured by the dense foliage, stood an ancient farmhouse, dating back to the 1500s. This relic of the past, weathered by time, told stories of a lineage that refused to relinquish its grasp on the ancestral home. Generations of the same family had dwelled within the hallowed halls, veiled by the isolation and seclusion that location provided. The entrance to the farmhouse was guarded by an imposing gate, keeping curious onlookers at bay. The villagers spoke in hushed tones about the mysterious occupants, but their knowledge barely scratched the surface of the farmhouse's enigmatic history. Recently, a new family, seeking solace from the city's chaos, purchased a property adjacent to the ancient dwelling. From the top-floor window of the modern home, they glimpsed the silhouette of the aged farmhouse and the looming barn nearby. Intrigued, they inquired with the locals about the inhabitants of the historic estate, only to be met with blank stares and uneasy silence. As the new family settled into their home, the allure of the enigmatic farmhouse became an obsession. Unbeknownst to them, the whispers of the past stirred in the wind, hinting at a legacy that had been carefully concealed for centuries. As the days passed, in the newfound tranquility of their rural abode, the new family began to uncover the peculiarities that clung to the Norfolk village like a lingering mist. It was during a visit to the local town that they stumbled upon the first unsettling piece of the puzzle. Whilst pursuing the quaint market stalls, the family overheard snippets of conversations among the locals. Concerns about missing livestock echoed through the crowd. Cattle and sheep, vital to the villagers' livelihoods, were vanishing without a trace. The town murmured with speculation and bewilderment. How could such valuable assets simply wander off? Intrigued, now attuned to the strange undercurrents of the village, the new family engaged with the locals, learning that this inexplicable phenomenon had persisted for many months. Every few weeks, a sheep or a cow would disappear without a trace, leaving the farmers puzzled and frustrated. Some spoke of eerie noises in the night, of shadows that moved unnaturally in the moonlight, but none dared to venture beyond the vague insinuations. The son of the new family, Anthony, overhearing the local tales, remarked, "Good thing we've got Max tagged with the GPS," referring to their loyal dog. The comment was met with nods of agreement from the locals, who contemplated the idea of tagging their own livestock in a desperate attempt to solve the mystery that haunted their once peaceful village. The Norfolk landscape unfolded in all its rustic charm as Anthony and Max embarked on a leisurely walk. The bond between man and dog deepened as they played in the open fields, the sun casting long shadows in the late afternoon. Their carefree exploration led them closer to the old farmhouse, a looming figure on the horizon. Suddenly, Max's playful demeanor shifted. His eyes perked up, and his gaze fixed on a point in the distance, a place unseen by Anthony. Max, sensing something the human senses could not detect, bolted in the direction of the ancient barn, disappearing through a gap in the hedge. Anthony, concerned, hurried after his furry companion. In the quietude of the open field, Max sat outside the barn, a vigilant guardian with his eyes locked on the weathered doors. Confused, Anthony approached, whispering, "What is it, boy?" Just as he prepared to enter the barn, a voice cut through the stillness. "Don't go in there." Startled, Anthony turned to see a young girl. Her presence a sudden apparition. "Oh, hello. My dog got loose and ran over here. I'll get him back," Anthony explained, feeling a strange tension in the air. "That's okay. Come back sometime, won't you?" the girl said cryptically, her eyes holding a secret Anthony couldn't grasp. As he was about to respond, he noticed a spider crawling on her shoulder. "You have a spider on your shoulder?" he pointed out. "Of course," she replied casually, heading back towards the farmhouse without a hint of concern. Anthony, perplexed and unnerved, decided it was time to leave. "Don't ever go there again, Max. Something feels funny," he whispered to his loyal companion as they retraced their steps, leaving behind the enigmatic girl and the ancient barn with its secrets sealed behind creaking doors. Little did Anthony know this encounter would be a prelude to a journey into depths of a legacy buried in time. The night unfolded with an unsettling calmness as Anthony found himself unable to shake the mysterious encounter with the girl and the barn. Unable to resist, he glanced out of his window on the top floor, eyes drawn towards the distant silhouette of the old barn on the gated farm estate. There, a faint light flickered, casting eerie shadows. Determined to decipher the source, Anthony reached for his phone and activated the zoom function. As the image became clearer, a chill ran down his spine. It appeared to be a colossal spider. Or at least, that's what he thought he saw. Rationalizing, he dismissed it as shadows playing tricks on the camera. Intrigued and somewhat disturbed, Anthony recorded a video through the zoom lens and transferred it to his PC. When he played it back, the image sent shivers down his spine. A monstrous, spider-like figure seemed to crawl into the barn, accompanied by two human forms. "It can't be," he muttered to himself, questioning the authenticity of the footage. As morning light bathed the landscape, Anthony's sense of unease grew. The realization struck him like a cold wind. He couldn't find Max. Panic set in, and he frantically questioned his family about the dog's whereabouts. "Dad, have you seen Max?" he asked urgently. "No. Did he go out?" his father replied, concern creasing his brow. Turning to his sister Rachel, Anthony repeated the question. "Rachel, have you seen Max?" "No," came the simple reply. A knot tightened in Anthony's stomach as a horrible realization took hold. The barn, the mysterious girl, and the inexplicable occurrences seemed to converge, creating a web of intrigue that ensnared not only his curiosity, but now his beloved companion. Determined and fearing the worst, Anthony steeled himself for the journey ahead, where the secrets of the old farmhouse would unveil themselves, and the fate of Max would become entangled in the enigma that lurked within. Dread settled over Anthony as he set out to find Max, the fresh paw marks leading him towards the old farmhouse as he approached the barn. The slightly ajar door hinted at the possibility of answers. Stepping inside, he found nothing but a seamlessly abandoned, dirty structure. However, his eyes caught sight of peculiar marks that abruptly ceased at the center of the barn. Investigating further, Anthony uncovered an old hatchway. Pushing it open, he revealed a set of stairs leading down into the darkness. A whimper echoed through the hidden chamber. A hope surged within him. It was Max. Racing down the stairs, Anthony discovered his loyal companion ensnared in a massive spiderweb. Animal bones littered the macabre space, sending shivers down his spine as he worked to free Max. Once successful, they hastily ascended the stairs, but their escape was met by the mysterious girl from the day before. "Hello again. I'm glad you came back," she greeted with an unsettling smile. "Won't you stay for lunch?" Anthony, incredulous, retorted, "What? My dog was trapped here and you want me to stay?" The girl's response was chillingly nonchalant. "Yes, but now you've freed him, who will we have for lunch?" As Anthony processed her words, a disconcerting sound emerged from the depths of the chamber behind him. He turned to witness a monstrous sight. A spider, as tall as a man, with black hair on its legs and menacing fangs. The creature shuffled forward with an alarming speed, prompting Anthony and Max to sprint up the stairs. Their escape was punctured by the girl's eerie invitation. "Do come back any time. We'd love to have you for lunch." The echoes of the encounter lingered in Anthony's mind as he fled the nightmarish scene, leaving behind the old barn and its dark secrets. The inexplicable events had unraveled, revealing a horror that transcended the boundaries of imagination, a web of terror woven by an ancient legacy that demanded more than mere curiosity from those who dared to approach. "Dad, there's a huge spider in that old barn," Anthony exclaimed. His father chuckled, dismissing the claim as an overactive imagination. "You and your imagination, son. You should be a writer one day," he teased. Undeterred, Anthony sought solace in his sister Rachel, hoping she might take him seriously. Approaching her with urgency, Anthony explained, "Rachel, there's something evil in that place, a weird-looking girl and a spider bigger than Dad." Rachel, absorbed in her phone, glanced at Anthony with mild annoyance, but didn't acknowledge his concerns. Frustrated by the lack of support, Anthony resolved to fortify their property, sealing any holes in the fence to prevent Max from wandering near the old barn. His father praised his efforts, but Anthony swore off ever going near the ominous place again. Days passed, and a false sense of security settled in. Playing with Max on their property, Anthony spotted the girl at the edge of a farmhouse. Suspicious, he confronted her, demanding, "What do you want?" "Oh, nothing. Just looking," she replied casually, offering him a treat from her bag. "Would you like some?" Anthony hesitated, eyeing the bag. To his horror, What appeared to be raisins were revealed as flies. Recoiling, he ran towards his home. As he arrived, an unsettling sight awaited him. His family was gone. Panic set in, and Anthony frantically searched, only to find thick cobwebs covering the floor. The eerie realization dawned on him. His warnings had not been in vain. The inexplicable events had spiraled into a web of malevolence that now ensnared not only his dog, but his family as well. The old farmhouse, with secrets concealed within, loomed as the epicenter of a horror that transcended the boundaries of the imagination. "I've got to save them," Anthony declared, determination burning in his eyes. Max, sensing his master's urgency, watched him with a mix of concern and loyalty as Anthony headed towards the ominous barn. Climbing through the hedge, he found the girl waiting for him. "I've been waiting for you, Anthony," she said with an unsettling calm. Anthony, fueled by a mix of fear and desperation, demanded, "Where are my parents? What have you done with them?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe they're in the barn." She laughed, her voice echoing through the desolate surroundings. Ignoring her, Anthony rushed towards the barn. The doors wide open. Inside stood 3 figures. 2 men and a woman, each with thick black hair covering their faces and hands. "Welcome, Anthony." They greeted her in unison, sending shivers down his spine. Fear etched on his face. Anthony demanded to know the whereabouts of his family. Ignoring their responses, he descended into the hidden chamber, only to find it empty. "Mum, Dad, Sis, are you in here?" he shouted in desperation. Suddenly, a familiar crawling noise reached his ears, the rapid scratching of legs against the floor. The massive spider, now vacant, left Anthony bewildered. As he turned to escape, the horror intensified. A man-sized spider, its face bearing slight human features, emerged. Thick black hair covered its form, and drool dripped from its fangs as it fixated on Anthony. A guttural scream escaped his lips as he raced up the stairs to escape the grotesque creature. At the top of the stairs stood the 3 adults and the girl. One of them spoke, a fine young man, followed by another, perfect for our little Elsie. The woman joined in. "Welcome to the family, son. Elsie's just come of age." Their chilling words echoed through the barn, sealing Anthony's fate in the grip of a lineage that thrived on darkness and the insidious embrace of the ancient legacy hidden within the desolate farmhouse. Anthony's parents returned from a visit to town, expecting to find their son. Instead, Max greeted them with a wagging tail, but Anthony was nowhere to be found. His mysterious disappearance sent shockwaves through the local community, leaving a void that could never be filled. Despite desperate searches and investigations, Anthony remained lost, a haunting mystery lingering over the Norfolk village. Months later, Max, who had grown restless, managed to escape the confines of the property and slip through the hole in the farmhouse hedge. Driven by an instinct or a lingering connection, he entered the barn and descended the stairs into the hidden chamber. At the bottom, a voice greeted him. "Hello, boy." It was Elsie. "Have you come to meet my new husband?" A crawling noise followed, and Max beheld a sight that defied reason. A spider, covered in dark hair with a face that seemed to bear a faint resemblance to Anthony. The spider murmured softly, "Oh, Max." The legacy of the ancient farmhouse, entwined with dark secrets and an insidious heritage, unfolded in the depths of the hidden chamber. The legacy claimed not only Anthony, but now reached out to embrace Max, the loyal companion. As a new chapter in the sinister tale began, the barn stood as a silent witness to the mysteries and horrors that lay beneath, concealed from the world by a veil of isolation and the relentless passage of time. The legacy endured, leaving a chilling legacy in its wake. A story etched into the very fabric of the Norfolk landscape, forever bound by the threads of an ancient web that spanned generations.
And if you're still looking to fulfill your thirst for more horror, don't forget to check out this next video, unless of course you're frozen with fear already.
Unearthed from the shadows of the 13th century, an ancient ring whispers secrets of a forgotten time. When a man inherits this cursed relic, he's hurled back to the harrowing days of the Black Death, trapped in a world ravaged by plague and despair. His only ticket home is stolen. Now, he must navigate a labyrinth of terror and time, facing a fate more horrifying than death itself. Will he escape the clutches of the past, or become a permanent victim of history's darkest hour? Tune in and witness the chilling saga of the Ring of the Plagued Past. The rain pattered gently against the windows of the old study, where Daniel sat surrounded by stacks of musty books and artifacts, remnants of a life spent in pursuit of history's secrets. His uncle, Gerald, had been a man of peculiar habits and even more peculiar collections. It was in this room, amidst the lingering scent of aged paper and leather, that Daniel had spent countless hours as a child, listening to Gerald's tales of ancient civilizations and long-forgotten lore. Gerald had passed away 2 weeks ago, leaving his entire estate to Daniel. As his only living relative and a fellow history enthusiast, it seemed only fitting. The lawyer, Mr. Higgins, had been explicit. Everything in the old house was now Daniel's. Yet, as he sifted through the collections, a sense of unease crept over him. Gerald had always been a bit of an enigma, often disappearing for months on end, returning with new artifacts and wild stories about their origins. On the oak desk, among a pile of dusty tomes, Daniel found a small, ornate box. It was different from the rest of Gerald's collection. There was a certain air of mystery about it that piqued his curiosity. The wood was old, darkened by age, with intricate carvings that seemed to dance in the dim light. It was secured with an iron clasp, worn with time. Daniel hesitated for a moment before opening it. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a silver ring. Its band was adorned with strange inscriptions, symbols that Daniel couldn't immediately place. It looked ancient, possibly from the mid-13th century, judging by the style. He recalled Gerald mentioning something about a family heirloom once, a piece said to be steeped in legend and mystery. Could this be it? As he picked up the ring, a chill ran down his spine. It felt heavier than it looked, and unnervingly cold to the touch. The inscription was in an old dialect, possibly Latin, but altered in a way that made it difficult to decipher. "Ah, you found the ring." Mr. Higgins' voice broke the silence, causing Daniel to jump slightly. The lawyer had been sorting through some papers in the corner of the room. "This was one of your uncle's most treasured possessions," Mr. Higgins continued, peering over his glasses at the ring. He claimed it was from the time of the Black Death. A peculiar piece indeed. Gerald was always a bit secretive about where he got it, but he believed it held significant historical value. Daniel turned the ring over in his hand, feeling its weight. Did he ever mention anything specific about it? Any stories or legends? Mr. Higgins chuckled softly. "Your uncle had many stories, most of them more fiction than fact, I suspect. But he was adamant that this ring was special, said it was a symbol of survival, a reminder of the resilience of humanity in the face of great adversity. A symbol of survival, Daniel thought, gazing at the ring. Little did he know, it was a symbol of much more than that, a link to a past so dark and terrifying that it would soon engulf his very existence. With a mixture of reverence and apprehension, Daniel slipped the ring into his pocket. The legacy of his uncle's mysteries was now his to unravel, and this ring seemed like the key to a door that had long been closed. He couldn't shake the feeling, however, that some doors were meant to remain shut. That night, Daniel's sleep was restless, his mind a tempest of fragmented images and whispers from a bygone era. In his dreams, he wandered through shadowy streets cloaked in mist, the air thick with the scent of burning herbs and the distant cries of anguish. The world around him was a blur of medieval architecture, a labyrinth of narrow cobblestone lanes that twisted and turned into the unknown. He found himself in a scene of desolation. The Black Death, in its merciless fury, had turned vibrant marketplaces into ghostly arenas of despair. People in tattered clothes moved like spectres, their faces hollowed by fear and loss. Doctors in beak-like masks roamed the streets, their presence a grim reminder of the unrelenting plague. Amidst this chaos, a figure stood out, strangely familiar, yet out of place. It was his Uncle Gerald, dressed in the garb of the 13th century, his eyes reflecting a haunting knowledge of the horrors around him. Gerald looked at Daniel, a cryptic smile playing on his lips, as if he knew secrets that were yet to unfold. "Daniel," his uncle's voice echoed, ethereal and distant. "The ring is not just a relic, it's a bridge to the past, a witness to the resilience and the follies of mankind." The dream shifted, and Daniel found himself walking beside his uncle through the plague-ridden streets. They passed by scenes of unspeakable sorrow, families torn apart, bodies left unattended, and the constant tolling of church bells marking yet another soul lost to the pestilence. "Observe, learn, but do not interfere," Gerald warned, his voice barely above a whisper. "The past is a delicate tapestry. A single thread pulled can unravel the fabric of time." As they walked, Daniel noticed a peculiar detail. The ring on his finger glowed with a faint, otherworldly light, pulsating in rhythm with his heartbeat. It felt alive, almost sentient, as if it were an integral part of the scene around him. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted Daniel awake. His heart was racing, and he lay in bed, drenched in sweat, the echoes of the dream still lingering in his mind. The room was dark, the only light coming from the moon casting eerie shadows across the walls. He looked at his hand. The ring, still in his pocket from the night before, seemed to beckon him. Daniel felt a surge of apprehension mixed with an unexplainable compulsion to put it on. It was as if the ring itself was urging him to unlock the mysteries it held. With trembling hands, Daniel retrieved the ring from his pocket. The inscription seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight, its cryptic letters a silent invitation to a journey beyond the confines of time. A sense of inevitability washed over him. Daniel knew that by putting on the ring, he was stepping into the unknown, possibly altering the course of his life forever. Yet, the allure of uncovering the secrets of the past, of experiencing history firsthand, was too strong to resist. With a deep breath, he slid the ring onto his finger. The world around him began to spin, the walls of his room blurring into a vortex of light and shadow. Daniel closed his eyes, bracing himself for what was to come, as he was pulled into the depths of history, to a time where the shadow of the Black Death loomed over the land. Daniel opened his eyes to a world transformed, gone were the familiar comforts of his room, replaced by the harsh reality of a 13th century street in the throes of the Black Death. He stood in a narrow, muddy lane, flanked by timber-framed houses with thatched roofs, their once vibrant facades now dulled and decaying under the weight of despair. The air was heavy with a mix of odours, the stench of death and sickness, the smoke from fires burning fragrant woods, and herbs in a futile attempt to ward off the plague. People shuffled past him, their faces drawn and weary, eyes hollow with loss. Some wore amulets or charms, superstitious tokens of protection against the disease that ravaged their community. As Daniel took in the chaotic scene, a group of flagellants passed by, their backs bloodied from self-inflicted wounds, believing their pain would appease God's wrath and end the plague. Their haunting chants filled the air, a grim soundtrack to the unfolding tragedy. Hesitantly, Daniel approached a woman who sat by the roadside, cradling a lifeless child in her arms. Her eyes, red from weeping, met his with a mix of grief and resignation. "Forgive me, sir," Daniel began awkwardly, unsure how to address her. "I am new to this place. Can you tell me what has happened here?" The woman looked up, her voice a weary whisper. "Pestilence, sir. It has taken my child, my husband, everyone I loved. It came like a thief in the night, sparing no one, rich or poor. The doctors say it's God's punishment for our sins. But what sin did my little one commit to deserve such a fate?" Her words painted a vivid picture of the societal and religious perceptions of the time, a belief that the plague was divine retribution, a sentiment that fueled both despair and fanaticism among the people. Daniel moved on, each step taking him deeper into the heart of the medieval city. He passed by a doctor in a beak-like mask, the beak stuffed with aromatic substances to ward off the miasma of the plague. The doctor was visiting a house marked with a painted cross, signifying that the occupants inside were afflicted by the disease. Further down the street, Daniel encountered a priest, clad in somber robes, offering prayers for the dead as they were loaded onto a cart. "Bring out your dead," the cart driver called out, a chilling reminder of the countless lives claimed by the plague. "Father, how does the city cope with such loss?" Daniel asked, his historian's curiosity mingled with a deep sense of sorrow. The priest sighed, looking around at the desolate streets. "We do what we can. We pray, we offer comfort to the dying, but it is never enough. The graveyards are full. We bury them in mass graves now. It is a time of great suffering, a test of our faith and humanity." As Daniel conversed with these individuals, the harsh realities of the period became starkly clear. The lack of scientific understanding of the disease, the rampant superstitions, and the overwhelming sense of helplessness that pervaded society. Standing amidst the chaos and despair of a world centuries removed from his own, Daniel felt an overwhelming sense of disconnection. He was a spectator to history's darkest chapter, a chapter he had only read about but was now experiencing in all its brutal reality. The weight of the ring on his finger was a constant reminder of the surreal journey he had embarked upon, a journey into the heart of the Black Death. Daniel, still reeling from the visceral experience of the 13th century, found himself back in the familiar surroundings of his modern home. The contrast between the two worlds was jarring. Here, in the comfort and safety of the 21st century, the horrors of the Black Death felt like echoes from a distant nightmare, yet the images of suffering and despair he had witnessed clung to him, a haunting reminder of the past's brutal reality. Sitting in his study, surrounded by books and artifacts, Daniel felt a profound sense of responsibility. The ring, now resting heavily on his desk, was not just a gateway to the past. It was a tool, a means through which he could potentially make a difference. But how? The question gnawed at him, a puzzle that demanded to be solved. Driven by a newfound purpose, Daniel began to reach out to friends, colleagues, and experts in various fields. He spent hours in discussions with historians, delving deeper into the specifics of the Black Death, its origins, spread, and impact on society. He learned about the lack of medical knowledge at the time, the superstitions that governed people's understanding of the disease, and the sheer helplessness of physicians in the face of the plague's devastation. Seeking a more scientific perspective, Daniel consulted with doctors and epidemiologists, explaining his interest as part of a research project. They provided insights into the nature of bubonic plague, the bacteria responsible for the Black Death, and discussed how advancements in medicine could have altered the course of history. Antibiotics, they explained, could have been a game changer, stopping the disease in its tracks. But the more Daniel learned, the more he realized the complexity of his endeavor. Any interference in the past could have unforeseen consequences, potentially altering the present in ways he couldn't predict. The ethical implications were staggering. Could he justify tampering with history, even with the best intentions? One evening, after a particularly intense discussion with a medical historian, Daniel sat alone in his study, the ring glinting under the lamp's light. The historian's words echoed in his mind. The Black Death was a turning point in human history. It reshaped societies, economies, and even religious beliefs. Altering that course, who knows what ripple effects that could have on the present? Daniel pondered the gravity of his situation. The power to traverse time was an incredible gift, but it was also a burden. With every journey to the past, he risked changing something, however small, that could ripple through time and alter the present in unimaginable ways. The ring seemed to beckon him, its inscriptions a silent call to action. Daniel knew he couldn't ignore it. The historian in him was too intrigued, the humanitarian too compelled to help. But he also knew he had to tread carefully, balancing his desire to help with the responsibility of preserving the integrity of history. As he picked up the ring, a sense of determination settled over him. He would return to the 13th century, armed with knowledge and a deep respect for the delicate fabric of time. He would observe, learn, and if possible, offer aid without disturbing the course of history. With the ring snug on his finger, Daniel closed his eyes and braced himself for the journey back. The world around him began to blur, and he was once again swept into the currents of time, heading towards a past plagued by darkness, but perhaps also ripe for a glimmer of hope. As Daniel materialized in the 13th century, the air was thick with tension and fear. He found himself in the midst of a chaotic scene unfolding in the village square, where a crowd had gathered, their faces twisted in anger and suspicion. At the center stood a woman, her hands bound, her eyes wide with terror. Accusations of witchcraft hung heavy in the air, a dangerous and all too common scapegoat for the inexplicable horrors of the Black Death. Daniel's historical knowledge painted a grim picture of what was to come. During times of crisis, especially in the era of the Black Death, communities often sought to find a tangible cause for their suffering. Witch hunts became rampant, with innocent people persecuted and blamed for spreading the plague through malevolent means. As the accusers shouted their charges, claiming the woman had brought the plague upon them through sorcery, Daniel felt a surge of horror and injustice. He knew he had to intervene to try and stop the madness. Pushing through the crowd, he called out, trying to reason with them. "Listen to me. This is not witchcraft. It's a disease, a natural illness. It's not caused by magical curses," Daniel pleaded, his voice desperate. His words, however, only fueled the crowd's hysteria. Eyes turned toward him, suspicion quickly morphing into hostility. "Another witch," Someone shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Daniel. "He speaks in defense of the witch. He must be one of them." Before he knew it, Daniel was seized by rough hands, dragged to stand beside the accused woman. His heart pounded in his chest as he realized the gravity of the situation. He was now caught in the very hysteria he had tried to stop. The impromptu trial was a blur of shouts and accusations. Daniel tried to defend himself, to explain his presence, but his words fell on deaf ears. The concept of a disease-causing bacteria was far beyond the comprehension of the 13th century populace, and his attempts at explanation only incriminated him further. As the verdict of witchcraft was declared, and the crowd's cries for justice grew louder, Daniel felt a sense of impending doom. He knew the horrific fate that awaited those labeled as witches in this era. In a moment of desperation, Daniel's hand went to the ring. He twisted it on his finger, the familiar sensation of time shifting, enveloping him. The angry faces around him began to blur, their shouts fading into a distant echo. And then, just as quickly as he had been transported to the past, Daniel found himself back in the safety of his modern-day study. He was panting, his heart racing, the terror of the near-death experience still gripping him. The realization of what had just happened hit him hard. His attempt to change the course of history, to save an innocent life, had nearly cost him his own. The dangers of meddling with the past were now starkly clear to him. The ring, while powerful, was not a tool to be used recklessly. Daniel sat in his study, the weight of his experiences heavy on his shoulders. He gazed at the ring, now lying innocently on his desk, its metallic surface reflecting the light of his lamp. It was a portal to the past, a connection to history's darkest moments. But it was also a reminder of the delicate balance of time. With a newfound respect for the power he wielded, Daniel resolved to continue his journeys to the past, but he would do so with caution, mindful of the consequences of his actions. The past could teach him much, but it was a realm to be navigated with care and reverence. Haunted by his narrow escape from the witch trials, Daniel understood that if he was to return to the 13th century, he needed to be better prepared. He spent the following days immersing himself in research, particularly focusing on the nature of witch trials during the Black Death. Historically, the witch trials of the 13th century were a product of fear, ignorance, and superstition. The Black Death, which ravaged Europe, left people desperate for an explanation. Without the knowledge of germs or how diseases spread, communities often turned to superstition, blaming misfortune and illness on witchcraft. Accusations of witchcraft were typically directed at those who were already marginalized, often women, the elderly, or the destitute. Trials were hasty and driven by hysteria, with evidence being largely anecdotal or coerced. Confessions were often extracted through torture, and the accused were rarely acquitted. The church and secular authorities endorsed these trials, seeing them as a way to reinforce their authority amidst the chaos of the plague. Equipped with this knowledge, Daniel knew he needed to be cautious. His modern sensibilities and knowledge could easily arouse suspicion, and he had to blend in to avoid drawing attention. Before his next journey, Daniel decided to rest, knowing the mental and physical toll the travel could take. He also gathered some essentials, a change of period-appropriate clothing to blend in, some basic medical supplies like bandages and herbs, common remedies of the time, and a small collection of coins from his uncle's collection, likely to be considered valid currency in the 13th century. As he lay in bed that night, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and strategies. He contemplated how he could make a positive impact without altering the course of history too drastically. Could he subtly introduce better hygiene practices? Could he provide medical care without revealing his advanced knowledge? The possibilities were endless, but so were the risks. The next morning, Daniel felt a sense of resolve. He dressed in the medieval garb he had prepared and looked at himself in the mirror. It was strange seeing himself like this, as if he was looking at a character from a history book, but it was necessary for his mission. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the ring. The metal felt cool against his skin, a familiar sensation that now filled him with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. He slipped it onto his finger and closed his eyes, focusing on the 13th century, the streets of the plague-stricken town, and the people he hoped to help. The world around him began to blur, a now familiar sensation of time warping around him. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the medieval town, the sights, sounds and smells of the 13th century enveloping him. Daniel stepped forward, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. He was back, but this time he was prepared. With a blend of caution and determination, he began to navigate the streets, ready to face the challenges of the past with the knowledge and resources of the present. The sudden impact on his head plunged Daniel into darkness. As he slipped into unconsciousness, he vaguely heard voices rifling through his belongings, the words, "Check his pockets," echoing in his fading awareness. He had been attacked, and everything he had brought with him was now gone. When Daniel awoke, it was to the cold, hard reality of the 13th century floor. The morning light filtered weakly through a nearby window, illuminating his surroundings. He felt a pang of panic as he realized that the ring, his lifeline back to the future, was missing. He wondered, with a sinking heart, why he hadn't been transported back when the ring was removed. Was it because it was now in someone else's possession? He heard the commotion outside, the sound of a gathering crowd. Peering cautiously out, he saw townsfolk dragging a woman to the town square. She was the accused witch, and they were taking her to be burned. Daniel's mind raced with panic and despair. He needed to find the ring, but first, he needed to hide and avoid drawing attention to himself. From his hiding place, Daniel watched the horrifying scene unfold with historical accuracy etched in every detail. The woman was bound to a stake erected in the center of a pile of wood, a grim and all too common sight in the medieval witch trials. The wood stack was strategically arranged to ensure a swift fire, a practice developed over years of witch burnings. The crowd, a mix of fear, anger, and morbid curiosity, gathered around, their faces reflecting the prevailing superstitions and collective hysteria of the time. A local priest was present, reciting prayers, which was typical in these executions. The church's involvement lent a sense of divine approval to the proceedings, reinforcing the belief that they were purging evil from their midst. The accused witch was given a chance to confess, though it was more a formality than a real opportunity for salvation. Her fate had been sealed the moment the accusations were made. As the executioner lit the fire, Daniel felt a wave of nausea and helplessness wash over him. The flames quickly caught, and the crowd's chants rose to a hoverish pitch. The woman's cries were drowned out by the roar of the fire and the shouts of the onlookers. Daniel turned away, unable to watch the brutal end of an innocent life. He knew this was a dark chapter in human history, a time when fear and ignorance led to unimaginable cruelty. The execution served as a stark reminder of the dangers of the era he was in. Without the ring, Daniel was stranded in a time that was not his own, surrounded by suspicion and violence. He needed to stay hidden, to survive long enough to find the ring and return to his time. But as he hunkered down in his hiding spot, he couldn't shake the horrific images he had just witnessed, nor the haunting realization of the depths of human cruelty in the face of fear. As Daniel retreated from the horrific scene of the execution, a voice cut through the air, sealing his fate. "There's the other one!" a local cried out, pointing directly at him. Panic surged through Daniel as the crowd turned, their eyes alight with the same feverish mix of fear and zeal that had consumed the woman at the stake. In moments, he was surrounded and quickly subdued, unable to escape the grasp of the angry townspeople. "The witch's companion from the other day," someone shouted, recalling his previous attempt to intervene. The accusations spread like wildfire, and Daniel found himself the focus of their frenzied accusations. A magistrate, a man of stern countenance and unyielding authority, pushed through the crowd. He eyed Daniel with a mix of suspicion and contempt, without a fair trial or a chance to defend himself. Both concepts almost non-existent in witch trials of the era. The magistrate swiftly condemned him. "To the stake with this consort of witches," he declared, and the crowd roared in approval. As they hastily built another stake, Daniel's mind raced in desperation. He tried to reason with them, to explain his true origin. "I'm from the future," he pleaded, his voice edged with panic. "I can help you. I know about this disease, how to stop it." But his words only fueled their fear and anger further. "He speaks madness, witchcraft," they cried. His knowledge of the future, meant to save him, only served to cement their belief in his guilt. Before long, Daniel was bound to the freshly built stake, the wood piled high around him. The executioner moved forward with a lit torch, and the crowd's chants reached a crescendo. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, a mix of fear, regret, and disbelief at his impending fate. As the fire was set and the flames began to lick at the wood, a figure in the crowd caught Daniel's eye. A man stood there, wearing his ring, the same ring that had brought Daniel to this moment. The realization hit him like a wave. The ring had not been lost. It had been stolen, taken by someone who now watched him face his doom. He heard someone in the crowd speak to the man with the ring, calling him by a name that sent a shock through Daniel. It was his own surname. Could this man be an ancestor? Was this how the ring had been passed down through the generations? A family heirloom, shrouded in mystery and legend. The heat of the flames grew more intense, the smoke filling Daniel's lungs. He coughed, his eyes watering as he strained to see the man with the ring one last time, but the smoke and the flames obscured his vision, and the faces in the crowd melted into a blur. In his final moments, Daniel's thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion, regret, and unanswered questions. The irony of his situation, a historian consumed by the very past he sought to understand, was not lost on him. His last thought was a fleeting hope that his story, his real story, might somehow survive through the ages, a cautionary tale of time, fate, and the unyielding march of history. And then, as the flames enveloped him, Daniel's world turned to ash, his story lost in the annals of time, a whisper in the wind, a past long gone.
And if you're still looking to fulfill your thirst for more horror, don't forget to check out this next video, unless of course you're frozen with fear already.